Hey gang, welcome to the stream for January the 9th. It is Saturday today, and yeah, we got the Saturday stream yet again. Did not hear from the board game gang today, so we're doing the stream. We're doing the streaming thing instead, and we've kind of got nothing on the go for evening streams after work. Or I guess I could have done Empire of Angels, but I don't know. I didn't feel like Empire of Angels today. I feel more like Azure Dreams. So that is what we're gonna do on this fine Saturday evening. So I've got some tea that's gonna be ready in just a minute here. Actually, in the meantime, yeah, we can actually get the usual playlist loaded up that we use for Azure Dreams. There we go. Oh, that's not right. Excuse me 1 second. That is not right. I thought that it would have saved my settings, but I guess not. I guess I've got to tell it to turn off the music every time we load up the game. That's fine, that's fine. Hardly the worst technical issue that I've ever encountered while playing games here on stream. We might talk about that a little bit later. So, long story short, or I guess it's a pretty short story to begin with. My Fire Emblem save file that I've been playing on stream here has met with disaster. I guess not total disaster, but I had to replay some chapters after the stream yesterday, and I actually had to stay up very late to do it. Or I guess I didn't have to. I could have just waited and done it tonight. That probably would have been the smarter thing to do, but that's not what I did. I stayed up super late playing through basically redoing all the progress we made on yesterday's stream, and now we're all caught up again, so it's not an issue. Anyways, that was my tea beeping there, so we'll go grab that. And this time, put the music on. So yeah, between this being an unscheduled stream, and also AGDQ going on right now, and the fact that just viewership numbers have been really, really low this week, I do not know if anyone is actually going to come out to watch this Saturday stream we've got going here, but in anticipation of that, I have kind of decided to take this opportunity to do something kind of boring on tonight's stream. So, actually, we're going to do a couple boring things. We're going to do a couple boring things for you guys on this particular Saturday stream, where it's very likely that very many people at all will be watching. I guess the first boring thing we've got to do is actually audio balance this playlist here, which is way too loud. There we go, there we go. Second boring thing we've got to do is get our microphone in position. And the third boring thing I'd like to do is I actually want to set up a spreadsheet to actually keep track of our progress for this monster collecting challenge here. So yeah, up until now, I've just kind of been going through, basically just doing repeated tower runs, collecting all the eggs that we can along the way, and just like filling in as many monsters as possible, because we gotta get them all eventually, so we might as well, you know, just get a bunch of monsters and see what we end up with. Ah, hey there, Fantasy Girl. Welcome to this very chill, very boring Saturday evening stream. How was your Saturday? I hope it was as boring as mine, except like in a good way. It's actually, I don't know, like kind of like I say, I like my sci-fi. Boring work days are good for me. Anyways, and in continuing with the boring day I've had so far, I'm gonna make a spreadsheet so we can keep track of what monsters we've caught so far and which monsters we have left to catch. I could have done this off stream, but I'm here already. Like, I'm at the computer either way. Might as well stream it. I don't have any way to set up a window capture or anything for my spreadsheet here, so I'll just narrate my spreadsheeting. I'll have to go back and forth between the game and the spreadsheet anyways. So we want an Azure Dreams monster checklist, which will be the name of our spreadsheet. Okay, so we got our Azure Dreams monster checklist, and the first thing we want to do is populate it with all of the monsters here in this cute book. Kind of like Pokemon? Yeah, that's basically what it is. Yeah, this is a monster. It's like Pokemon crossed with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is the basic idea. We've got a big monster tower that we can go climb to collect various types of monsters. But it resets your level every time you go into the tower. So the only like wealth you can accumulate and power you can gain between tower runs is by training your monsters. So anyways, I don't think I need to like actually look at all these monsters here. We'll just like categorize them. We got our fire monsters, we got our water monsters, and we have our wind monsters. We'll just divide them like that, just so that they're sorted the same way on the spreadsheet as they are in the book. So first up, we've got, also obviously we've got to put the caps lock on here, since all of the monster names are in caps lock. These are their scientific names. Dragon, all caps. So we've got to be correct. Don't ever work customer service. Yeah, I'd probably be bad at that. I actually I don't exactly work in customer service. I work like retail, basically cash register at a small local business. So I kind of do like customer service and sales and restock and basically everything. I've actually not had problems with asshole customers. I've had like literally 2 or 3 asshole customers in my just about 4 years of working where I'm working at. Okay, so right off the bat, we've got the uncatchable Cune. Actually, one of the asshole customers I had just in these last couple weeks, he got really upset when I asked him if he needed help with anything. Because it looked like he needed help, because he kept on knocking down some spell cards that were kind of stacked precariously on the top shelf. Anyway, so then we've got Dragon. Oh, we got Drayon. We got Dragon. We got Kid. So this is Ifrit, is that missing slot there. And then we got Flame below him. And Flame is kind of going to be the other focus of tonight's stream. Basically, as far as I can tell, this seems to be the rarest monster in the game, apart from maybe like Maximum or something. The trick with Flame is that he appears only on a very limited number of floors. He appears on, I think, floor 3 and 4, and I think that's it. Most other monsters will appear on like 4 or 5 floors, or at least 3 to 5 floors, and some of them appear more than once. One of those peeps, yeah. Yeah, I've never really had... And then I had one... they're not even interesting stories. I had one lady get kind of nasty over the phone when I told her that we wouldn't give her a cash refund for a game that she had purchased and opened already. because she found it somewhere else cheaper after she purchased it and opened it from us, and she wanted a refund. And I said, sorry, exchanges only, and not for full credit because you opened it. And then the other one was from a guy. Actually, this is probably the most interesting story. The most interesting situation I have from all my time at the store I'm working at. A guy bought, or he didn't buy, we'll get to that in a second, but he tried to return a fidget spinner for a cash refund. And it was the same deal. I told him the policy, no refunds, exchanges only. And he insisted that he had spoken to someone on the phone. He had spoken to the manager on the phone, who said that no, it was all approved. And he had said that there was no problem with him getting a cash refund for this fidget spinner. Which kind of is a plausible story, given who my boss is. He tends to... It's kind of annoying because like I keep on... like a lot of the time I have to tell the customers like what store policy is. It's like, no, we can't give you a cash refund. We can't do this. We can't do that. But my boss actually likes to make exceptions all the time for that kind of thing. So it's actually not at all implausible that that my boss would have told someone over the phone, oh yeah, we'll give you a refund, just come on in. But it is unusual and kind of would be very thoughtless of him for him to do that without leaving a note or something for the rest of us. So I said, no, sorry, you can come back and talk to my boss on these days. And he got really upset. And then he actually left the fidget spinner behind on his way out. He had like a dumb story about it too. It's like, oh yeah, I bought it for my daughter, but it turns out that it was too big to fit in her hands. And I really need the money back. So can I have a refund? And I said no, and he said, fine, whatever, fuck you. And he left the fidget spinner behind on his way out the door, which I thought was weird. I left a note for my boss about the altercation. I was there alone because I was working an evening shift, and so then the next day they said like, yeah, he returned this. So okay, he returned or really left behind this fidget spinner that he wanted to return. Something like this. I think that's what they're called. Bat Newell. Anyways, the boss said that like he compared the inventory numbers and like we were short one fidget spinner, like minus the one that he had bought. So like him leaving that fidget spinner behind puts us at the right inventory count. So in all likelihood, this guy probably shoplifted this fidget spinner from us and was like trying to pull something and like exchange it for money to get money from us. Or at least that's kind of the conclusion that we drew from all of this, which I thought was a roundabout way to try to get $15 out of try to scam $15 out of a local business. He could have actually made some money for himself if he had just like hawked it for like $5 on the side of the street. Anyways, that was a long, boring story for a long, boring explanation of, yeah, the time that a guy probably stole a fidget spinner from us and tried to return it for cash. These are not actual monsters you can catch in the tower. These are just like little things that exist in minigames, so we're actually done with the water monsters. Lastly, we got the wind monsters. What's an evolved clown called again? I think it's a Joker. We'll go with Joker for now. We got a Univern. We got a Unicorn. Can you guys even see my... Okay, we got the Monster Book on stream. Good. Univern, Unicorn. I'm bad at multitasking, if you couldn't tell. There's no reason I couldn't have just, like... I actually can't remember what an evolved... There's no reason I couldn't have just typed this all out while I was recounting that crappy little story. I can't remember what an evolved block is called. I guess we'll find out later. And I guess the other boring retail story I have is that a kid tried to shoplift a D&D player's guide from us one time. He had it like inside a binder. I wasn't the one who caught him, it was my boss. I've actually never caught anyone shoplifting. Oh, actually there was one other time. And I kind of feel bad embarrassing this guy because he's a regular. He tried to return a collectible figure box. You know, they have this line of like D&D collectible figurines. You like buy a box. It's like total blind buy. There are like different figures with different rarities. Kind of like Magic the Gathering booster packs. Where is the usual crowd today? Well, this is kind of an off stream. I don't normally stream on Saturdays, so probably most people would not be expecting to see me on right now. So I'm kind of thinking this will be a dead traffic stream for that reason. Also, apart from that, AGDQ is going on right now, so I suppose there will be a lot of people watching that instead. And it's just been a really, really slow week for viewership. Just all week, it's been pretty dead. I've actually seen like the lowest numbers I've seen probably in just about a year in this last week. I don't know what's going on. I assume it's AGDQ. Maybe it's just my current game choices, but anyways, for all these reasons, I expect that we're not going to see too many people today. Although the night is still young, and you never know who will show up. Okay, so we got our monster list on the spreadsheet here. Then the next thing I want to do is highlight all of the monsters that I've caught already. Kuhn I'm going to highlight in red, because we can't get Kuhn back. I let him go for lulz. Or I let him go accidentally and for lulz. Because I didn't realize that he would actually fuck off when I told him to fuck off. We do have high Kuhn, though. What's with the lines here? Is it just me, or am I getting like weird graphical glitches here? You know what it is? I think I might have the wrong setting, wrong graphical setting checked off for the last time I tried to play a PS1 game. Yeah, I think I've got the wrong PGXP checked. There we go, that's much better. I forget what game I was trying to get working on here, but yeah, I had to enable PGXP for something I was trying to play earlier. Okay, so Kuhn is dead. We can't get Kuhn. We do have a kid. Pretty sure we have a griffin. Do I have a griffin? And then I'm basically just going to go hunting these monsters in the hut here. Didn't I just expand my hut? Oh yeah, I haven't gone to the tower since we got the hut expansion. Let's just go down the list. I got Kid, I got Arachne, I got Barong, I've got High Kuhn, I've got Newell. Where's Newell? There's Newell. I've got Glacier. I've got U-Boat. Wait, yeah, there's U-Boat. I've got Kraken. Yeah, I've got a lot of water monsters for some reason. Okay, so I've got Saber, but I don't have a snowman. I'm gonna want to get another snowman. I want literally every monster in the game, evolved forms and unevolved. I've got Stealth. I think that's Wind. Yeah, even though he's a turtle monster, he's Wind for some reason. I don't know why. This game's weird sometimes. But yeah, Turtle. The turtle is a wind monster. We got a Dreamin'. We got, what is that? Oh, that's the, what's it? Not Unicorn, Univern. Hey there, Axel Peralta. Given everything that I was just saying about crappy viewer numbers this week, and probably tonight, yes, I am happy to see you. I mean, and also just, yeah, happy to see you in general. Glad to see you. I mean, really, if you're like in here, like watching a stream, like how bad can life be going for you, really? I mean, I guess life can be going pretty bad. I know some people, I've heard kind of rely on their favorite YouTubers to get them through tough times. And they got other things on their mind. So I guess some of you might have it pretty bad right now. But, you know, at least you have the ability to tune into a stream. At least you're not, like, blind or deaf or something. So you've got that going for you, at least. Anyways, yeah, I'm happy to see you. Happy to see you here and not blind or deaf, Axel. Anyways, where were we at? We got a Tyrant. That was a nice pickup on the last stream. That's a somewhat rare monster. I've got a Troll. I've got a Manova. Where's Manova? I think we might actually have all of our water monsters filled in, other than some evolved forms. Do I not have a Palumpa? What's this thing? That's a Mandara. We've got Bloom. We got Viper. I think I actually have all the water monsters. I'm missing Paloonpa, Snow. Yeah, I think we got them all. This is a Cyclone. We have a lot more progress on this challenge than I thought. We're missing a bunch of fire monsters for some reason. We got a Killer. What is this? Stealth we have already. Oh, I've got 2 stealths. Okay, we had Manova, U-Boat. Oh, that's it. Maybe I don't have... Wow, I've got a lot of stealth. We've got Garuda. Do I have Garuda checked off? Oh, they're over here. So yeah, I got a Zoo. Whoops. I got a Zoo and I got a Garuda. And I think that's it. Oh, is that Weedog? Weedog? I don't have a Weedog, do I? I thought I did, but I don't. Unless I missed it up here. Yeah, no Weedog. Okay, we'll hatch that and add him to the list. Okay, so there's Weedog. I thought I had a Clown, too. Where's my Clown? There he is. I missed the Clown, also. Maybe I accidentally unchecked him. I don't have a Paloompa either. That's freaking weird. So I guess so the next thing we're going to want to do is I want to catch... I decided we're going to start targeting monsters now. Since I've got most of the book filled out. Like, we've got more than half the monsters in the game at this point. Oh, and sorry, in answer to your question, Fantasy Earl, can you use... yes, you can totally use them for battle. That is what the game is all about. You can also just punch monsters yourself. Just fight them with your fists or your sword or whatever. Oh, I guess we do want a Paloompa. Okay, so I do have this guy. And actually, I think that's it. Yeah, I have every water monster in the game except for Ashra and Batnuel, which are both evolved forms of monsters I have already. And Snowman, which is a monster I evolved already. So that's all good. Also, I just realized he's going to be stuck in this corner position because I hatched him like that. That kind of sucks. Yeah, that actually ruins everything. My monsters are now not organized properly. Anyway, so I'm going to highlight all of these ones on my spreadsheet in green. I don't like that shade of green. I'm going to find a better shade of green to highlight these guys in. Okay, here we go. Let's find the prettiest shade of green to highlight these dudes in. Oh, well, that ruined everything. I'm terrible at spreadsheets. I accidentally unselected everything. Accidentally unselected everything right before I was going to shade them in. There we go. That's a nice shade of green. Okay, and so that's boring thing number 1 out of the way, as I got my monster spreadsheet all filled in. So in terms of monsters we have left to capture, we got a lot of flame monsters we still need. Oh, I actually picked the wrong shade for these. There we go. Yeah, so we still have to evolve our kid dragon and then find a new dragon. We've got to catch a griffin. I could have sworn we had a griffin, but we don't. Got to catch a griffin and evolve it, or 2 griffins actually, and evolve one of them. We need a volcano, which is strange that we don't have it yet. Volcano is one of the more common monsters. I usually have like 2 or 3 of them pretty quickly when I start a new run of this game. So Volcano's no problem. Naplas is going to be a problem. Naplas and Maximum are probably going to be some of the harder monsters to catch since they're both on the upper floors. I need another snowman. I've actually got an extra Arachne, so if we can just evolve this Arachne and then hatch the other one, we've got that taken care of. I'm going to need to catch another Newell and evolve this one. These guys are somewhat rare. Then I need to find another clown to replace this guy after I evolve him. Oh, I also need a picket, another unicorn, 2 blocks, a noise, and a golem. So we've collected maybe 2/3 of the monsters in the game, and we've got a good number of rare ones. We got this kid dragon and 2 Arachnes, Barong, and the Tyrant, which are all good pickups. So I've got like maybe half, maybe a little less than half of the rarest monsters in the game. Anyways, as I was saying, hello, Saturn Meteor. Fellow monster hunter. I actually, no offense, but normally I'm not too interested in your like monster hunting MMO escapades, just because that's usually, I don't know, not my kind of game, not the sort of thing I'm interested in, just like MMO, RPG, whatever. But for some reason, just hearing you talk about like all the cool monsters you've captured, like, I don't know, just suddenly perks up my interest when I'm playing my own monster hunting game. I don't mind, you can chit-chat away. It doesn't bother me at all or anything. It's just like, I haven't been keeping track of the story thus far with your like your monster hunting in that MMO. I don't know, I just read that about how you capture the 2 legendary Cerberuses, and I was just struck with this sudden sense of like, oh wow, that's freaking awesome that you got 2 legendary monsters, whereas like normally I would just be thinking like, oh yeah, that's cool, good for you. Now that I'm in monster hunting mode myself, I'm just thinking like, hey, rare monsters, good for you, that is totally awesome. Okay, so anyways, oh yeah, and then the second boring thing we're going to want to do on this stream. So as I was saying, I think the rarest monster in the game might be Flame. I think it might be Flame. He only appears on like 2 floors. And then he never appears again after that. So there's like 2 specific floors that you can find this guy's egg on. Maybe you can find them higher up. I think I might have found them higher up before, but you're a lot less likely to find flame eggs on higher floors, if it's even possible to get them there, because so many more monsters open up. I don't know the specific mechanics of this game, but I believe that monster eggs won't appear on floors below the floor that they first appear on. So like you're not going to find a maximum down on floor 1. The only monsters you're going to find on floor 1 are going to be noises and Paloompas and the other monsters that appear on floor 1. This is a PlayStation 1 game. I think this game came out in like 1997. I agree. I love the style of these old PS1 games where you've got like the sprites and like the 3D backgrounds. It's kind of the same like style of graphics as like stuff like Xenogears, for example, actually. The sprite art isn't quite as nice as Xenogears, but that is apparently a washing machine. I don't know why, but I'm vaguely disgusted by this washing machine. That looks like something out of like some, like, I don't know, some HR Geiger shit. Close it shut. Also, it kind of looks like a teapot. Anyway, so if we want to catch a flame, really the only thing we can do is just run the first, like, 4 floors over and over and over again until we find the right egg. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And the problem is we can't really do anything productive during all of this either. Like, I could be, like, leveling other monsters and, like, trying to make progress with some of our evolutions and stuff. Except that's not even going to be efficient to do that, since the low-floor monsters give you hardly any experience. Experience in this game works kind of like Suikoden, where it's much more efficient to just get a kill on a high-level monster and then just jack your level 1 guy up to level 23 all at once. Just getting like a bunch of levels all at once by pitting your level 1 monster against a high-level tower monster and just, yeah, just getting the kill for him. So that's the plan. That's the plan. We're just going to repeatedly run the first 4 floors of the tower, and as soon as I get past floor 4, I'm going to pop the first wind crystal that I find. And we're going to keep doing that until I find a flame. The other option, I guess, which was no less boring, but might go a bit faster, would be to abuse Barong to try to get ourselves a Roche fruit. That's probably what I'll end up doing for some of the, like, super rare upper floor monsters. Like, this is going to be pretty dull, but it's not... Actually, it's going to be dull, but I think not particularly time-consuming, because I can run the first 4 tower floors pretty quickly. Trying to target the more powerful monsters like maximums and golems and those kinds of like monsters that appear on floors 35 plus. Those ones are more exciting to try and capture because you've got to do a full tower run in order to even see them. So you're kind of just playing the game normally when you're hunting those monsters, trying to get up to floor 40. The problem is that it's only a small chance that you're going to see those monsters on any given run. So it's like you spent all this time getting to tower level 40, and then probably you just don't see the monster you're looking for most of the time. So you've got to run floor... So it's like here we're going to be running floor 4, like probably 20 or 30 times to see the monster we're looking for. For the higher floor monsters, we're going to have to run floor 40 like 20 or 30 times to find the monster we're looking for, and that's kind of gonna take forever. So once we get to that point where like maximum and golem are our only monsters left, then I'll probably start doing the Roche fruit farming. But for now I think we're fine to just run the first 4 floors like normal. Anyways, let's have a look at this Blight Ogre. That's a gross looking thing. I don't know why you'd be excited to catch a thing like that. If I caught a monster like that in any video game, I would release it immediately. Oh, he dropped a herb for us. I mean, hell, look how adorable Kuhn is in this game. Like, Kuhn is the little monster you see in the corner when it says now loading. It's kind of the game's adorable mascot monster, like the Pikachu of Azure Dreams. That's Kuhn. And even he didn't meet my standards. I told him to fuck right off the instant he betrayed me. Okay, so, okay, that's good. We got, that's probably our wind crystal up there. So we're not gonna have to waste a bunch of time once we get past floor 4. Now, what I do need to do like a full sweep of these first few floors, because we're looking for eggs. So I need to make sure that if there's an egg somewhere on this floor that I don't miss it. Okay, so this is the guy. This is the guy we're targeting. He only appears on like this floor and the next floor, maybe the floor after. So these floors are going to be like our best opportunity to catch him. Ooh, you got a harpy? Is it a sexy harpy? Yeah. This looks like something out of the Shadowverse. I'd comment on like the seeming inconsistency in like the art styles between those two monsters, but that actually seems to be pretty common in like card games and like monster collection games, gacha type games. Like Shadowverse, back when I played that game, Shadowverse has some cards with like dramatically different art styles. Okay, so it looks like we've cleared out this floor. So let's just head up. In-game pet. Oh, well, that's a bit less attractive, I guess. I like the artwork better, for sure. Yeah, I suppose that's any card game where you release, like, you know, like 1,000 new cards every year or whatever it is. It's like, yeah, if you need that many unique illustrations for that many cards, you're going to have to farm it out, and that's going to result in some style inconsistencies. I think the funniest example I've ever seen of like a stylistic clash in the art of a card game is there's a few cards in Dominion. I don't know if you guys know the card game Dominion. But yeah, Dominion has like a mostly pretty consistent art style, except for a few cards in, I think it's the first expansion, that have like just an obviously different artist and a dramatically different art style from everything else. And the those few cards kind of look terrible. I don't know, it's not like it looks terrible. It has its own, I guess, quirky style to it, but it looks like really off-putting compared to the other cards in Dominion. Like, I think Harem is one of them, and was it the Mountebank was the other one? No, Mountebank looks fine. Yeah, I think they come in the Intrigue expansion for Dominion. Do any of you guys know Dominion or deck building games in general? Dominion's a really popular card game. Or like it's a card game, but it's not like a collectible card game. It's kind of more in the category of like family board games, like Catan and Ticket to Ride. For a while, it was on that level of popularity with games like Catan and Ticket to Ride. It kind of kicked off the whole deck building craze. There are actually deck building games you can like get on Steam these days as well. What floor am I on? Floor 5. Yeah, it looks like that flames still appear on floor 5, so we'll scour floor 5 as well. Although we'll be less likely to find their eggs here, because now balloons are showing up. I think balloons and maybe blooms start showing up here. So that's like 2 more types of monsters whose eggs can appear instead of flame. So it's like the more monsters, that's kind of what I was getting at before. It's like the more monsters get added to the pool as more monsters start showing up in the tower, like the less likely it is that you'll see a specific monster. But anyways, Slay the Spire is probably the most popular deck building game on like digital deck building game right now. I've played one on stream before called, I think it's Aranorth Reborn, which was gifted to me by a friend. But Dominion is kind of the original that started off the whole deck building craze, and it's actually still my favorite. A lot of people you'll see will say like, oh, Dominion is like outdated, overrated for its time. We know better. We know more about deck building, game design now. Dominion is out of fashion. I actually still think it's the best deck building game out there. And as usual, the reason I like it is the reason that everyone else hates it, which is the limited action system. Most deck building games, you can just like vomit all of the cards in your hand onto the table without really thinking. It's like a standard turn in a deck building game is like, I play my whole hand and then draw a new hand, go. In Dominion, you only get to play one action card per turn unless the cards you play give you additional actions. So you can't just buy whatever cards you want and add them to your deck. You've got to think about the composition of like how many terminal actions do I have versus how much treasures. And then the other thing that's unique about Dominion is that the victory point cards go into your deck as well. So it's like as you're buying victory points, you're weakening your deck. So there's another aspect of strategy where it's like, when do I start to fire off my economic engine and stop building my deck and start buying points instead? Which will actually weaken the deck and its performance and make me make less money per turn, but it'll like win me the game in the end. It's like, when do you keep going for more and more money to add to the deck versus actually weakening the deck but adding victory points? And yeah, I think we don't see flames anymore past here, so that's our first run. I don't think we got anything interesting here. Anyways, Pet and her evolutions. Yeah, I'd say that she's the best of the lot there, and also that spread does a fantastic job of showing off the style disparity of the different artists in this game of yours. Okay, the main thing we got to do here is be careful to not sell the equipment I'm actually using. I should have just used those. I should be keeping an eye out for good seeds and for medicinal herbs to buff my monster's HP and stats. Also, I guess sand is useful too. If we can find any sand, yeah, that'll be good to have. So it's not like every run is pointless unless we find the egg we're looking for. There are, like, you know, small useful things we can find along the way. Although we didn't get any of them on that run, and money is actually completely useless right now. Dude, what the fuck? Thought I told that idiot to expand my monster hut. Actually, if I don't have the hut upgrade yet, then I actually do need some money. And if that is the final hut upgrade, then I'm not going to be able to fit every monster into my hut, which will also be a problem. Not a huge problem, though. What we would have to do there is probably cut all of the non-evolved forms from our monster list. So instead of collecting every single monster in the book, like including monsters that have evolved forms, we would just only take the evolved forms and not take the unevolved forms. Oh, I do still need to buy hut number 4. Well then, I guess we can save up money too. Cool, these tower runs are not completely pointless. What other, like, monster hunting and monster collecting games are there out there these days anyways? The big ones I'm familiar with, obviously, like Pokemon, Digimon, that World of Final Fantasy, I think it's called. And yeah, what are the other big ones out there? Like the concept obviously is really compelling for people. Like, yeah, just monster hunting or when I say monster hunting, I guess I mean like monster training, like monster collecting and raising. Because yeah, obviously for monster hunting, there's Monster Hunter, but that's kind of a different thing. You are like hunting and trapping and killing monsters in that one. Is Digimon even around anymore? Are they still making Digimon games? I've actually never played a Digimon game in my life. I don't even know how they play. I don't know why I even bothered collecting that. So the first floor can't possibly spawn Blaze on it, so we don't need to explore the first floor. In fact, I have eggs for all of the monsters on this floor. Or maybe I don't. Actually, if I don't have noise yet, I actually might want to scour the first floor. I actually don't have noise yet. So actually, I might want to do full explorations of the first floor as well. I guess I might as well while I'm here. Noise is actually also... Actually, noise might be rarer than flame. Because I don't think noise appears past the second or the third floor. I am never... I know these runs would go faster if I just left Gosh alone and just went on my way. But I don't know. I just can't pass up an opportunity to club him in his stupid face and beat that healing herb out of him. Oh yeah, also, we're beating that healing herb out of him every time. I can feed that to my killer here to give him +1 hit point. Yeah, well, at least you have the self-awareness to admit that about games you like, Saturn Meteor. It's always kind of pathetic when people end up like being apologists, or not apologists, but like you know what I mean? Who like take it personally when the general public doesn't like the game that they like. It's like, oh, people are sheeple for not seeing the brilliance of insert game here. What's a cult classic that gamers get really obnoxious about? I'm trying to think. I actually spend so little time conversing with gamers these days, or even reading gaming discussions online. I don't even know. Don't even know what the worst fandoms are these days. I mean, honestly, I remember seeing people get really obnoxious about Final Fantasy games back in the day. You know what it is? It's always the worst when, like, within fandoms, like fans of a series arguing with each other about like what the best and worst games in a series are. It's like, oh, you're just retarded if you think that Final Fantasy VII isn't the best Final Fantasy game out there. Or if not 7, then insert whatever random internet dipshit's favorite Final Fantasy is. Because that's the thing about Final Fantasy, is that this... Actually, as much as the games have never really been my favorite RPGs, they're so diverse. Like, there's one out there for everyone. Like, I think the reason why Final Fantasy is the result of so much divisiveness is because all the games are just so different from each other. So it's like, I think legitimately, pretty much every game in the series, other than maybe 2, like has a decent following of people who say that it's their favorite. 7's probably the biggest. 7 is probably the most popular, followed by like maybe 5 or 6. And then, of course, there's the classic argument about whether the MMOs 11 and 14 even count. Yeah, and see, that's exactly it, Saturn Meteor. I'm the same way. I'm the opposite way. 10-2 is my favorite. Oh wait, no, I'm the same way. Oh, you like 10-2. Never care about 7, and you like 10-2. But yeah, I like 10-2 also. That's probably the least popular in the series. Next to, like, 2. Two is like the black sheep of the series. Nobody likes Final Fantasy 2. And even that's not true. Some people like Final Fantasy 2, but almost nobody would list it as their favorite. Which kind of makes me want to play it. Kind of makes me want to try it, just to see if I can find something that I'll like about it. Kind of like I did with Fire Emblem Gaiden. Fire Emblem Gaiden was the same way. It's generally regarded, or I guess Gaiden and... Fates was more polarizing than... yeah, like I've met people who like Fire Emblem Fates and say that it's like one of their favorites. That was a short floor. I actually do like 7. I think 7 would be an interesting playthrough, because I remember I really liked 7 way back in the day. I think it's actually a really interesting game in a lot of ways, particularly the story. I think actually the story of 7 largely deserves the accolades that it gets. It's just that I've played it... I just kind of burned myself out on 7 back in the day just because I played it so many times. Like, that game holds no interest... Or, game has held little interest for me since then, just because I've done everything there is to do in it. Whoops, shit. Now we're gonna have to go to the shop. Anyways, that was a bit of a tangent. I can't remember. I had another point I wanted to make, but I can't... Or another point I wanted to discuss, but I can't remember what it was. This is the worst thing about having a big house, is having to make out with all your girlfriends before you leave. Things that only Azure Dreams players would ever say. Oh, nice! Yeah, for some reason, cursed weapons sell for more in this game. So it's actually good for you if you find a cursed weapon, as long as you don't put it on. Okay, so at the rate we're going, we've got a long way to go until we get the 60,000 we need for the monster hut. So I think I might give up on find... Okay, we'll go for noise and we'll go for flame. So that's 2 eggs that we're targeting here. If I don't find either of them by the time we get to $60,000, I'll just give up and start barong feeding. Man, what was I talking about? I started out talking about monster hunting games. Oh, hey, there's another thing over here. Oh yeah, monster hunting, yeah, being just like a appealing concept in general in games. And again, I say monster hunting when I mean like monster collecting and taming. Yeah, monster taming and pet raising is really what I mean. I think a game like Azure Dreams could do really, really well today. If they just like... Ooh! Oh! Okay, in all likelihood, that's a Palunpa. Because that's the most common monster on this floor. That's the trick with these. Yeah, it's targeting specific monsters. It's like, not only are you is it pretty unlikely that you'll see an egg on any given run through a particular floor. But even when you do finally see the egg, it's probably going to be for just a common monster that you have already. Oh, an Azure Dreams MMO though, can you imagine? Or not even an MMO, just if you added like a trading house, like in Pokemon. There's the good stuff. This is the best run already. What, we're three attempts in? I got a red sand and an egg. Hot? Okay, white sand is actually useless. White sand is great if you're doing a floor 40 run, because then you can get an extra charge of acid rain. Assuming you find acid rain, which you typically do on a 40 floor run. I will admit, I was briefly stressing out a little bit about the just low viewer count over the course of the week. Yeah, all of my streams this week have averaged either 2 or 3 viewers, which is about the numbers I was seeing on an average stream a year ago. I usually do between 5 and 7 average concurrents on a typical stream these days. Yeah, I heard about that. Mega Mid Boss. Have you played it? I've had a couple people tell me about it, and it blew my mind when I first heard of it. But I don't know anyone who's actually played it and tried it. But yeah, the general consensus seems to be, oh yeah, reviewers said it was shit. Got stuck on a certain floor. Like, does it still have the same basic concept of like monster training and like the dating and the waifu and the, you know, all of that? It'd be tough to keep all three. Like, the original Azure Dreams was pretty ambitious. Like, town building and dating sim aspects and monster raising and like kind of roguelike mystery dungeon gameplay. Like, that's a whole lot to cram into one game. So I wouldn't even blame them if they you know, threw out at least one of those components. But it's a pretty compelling combo. Like, yeah, I think all those elements kind of work together really nicely, at least thematically in this game. Like, they don't... Like, the game systems don't really interact with each other at all. Like, monster raising has nothing to do with town building or dating the girls. Town building has almost nothing to do with dating the girls. I guess it's the tower. It's the tower that ties it all together. The tower is where you get the monsters, it's where you get the money for the buildings, and it's where you get the quest items for the girlfriends. I guess that's what we would have called them back in the days, girlfriends. They weren't your waifus, because that term didn't exist yet. We called them girlfriends. Girlfriends, back in the 1997, or whenever this game came out. Probably 98. I'm guessing it would have been 98. That's a room full of traps right there. can't remember much other than getting stuck. Had the same layout in the dungeon whenever you entered. That's a little bit disappointing. Like, Azure Dreams is kind of built on doing repeated dungeon. Like I said, the tower is kind of the centerpiece that ties all the different game elements together. Yeah, if they, like, messed up the tower, I could totally see that just ruining any potential in a sequel for this game. I mean, really, the tower is all that's really left in the end of it if you really want to, like, get all the replay value in this game. Like, there's the Azure Dreams community here on Twitch. They're mostly speedrunners, I think. And yeah, speedrun... The fuck? Oh, someone probably got poisoned. But yeah, those types of players, like, they're going to be all about the tower. Like, they're not going to be taking their time to, like, talk to the townspeople and do the girlfriend side quests, except in as much as it's maybe part of the speedrun category that they run. Which is, you know, fair enough. Like, all the other stuff is kind of rote, like, linear. Like, once you've seen the girlfriend subplots, there's not really too much interest in just doing them again. Am I on floor 5 already? No, we got one more floor. One more floor to check out, and I think we're already done with it. But yeah, the tower is where the replayability comes in. The tower is where, like, the replay value is. And that's why I think the main thing I'd like to see out of a sequel is for them to... They could keep the tower the same. They could keep the gameplay exactly the same and maybe throw in some new items or something. Maybe make the tower a bit longer. Like maybe 60 or 80 floors instead. But what I'd really like to see from a sequel is for them to flesh out all of the other aspects of the game. Like there are some light dating sim aspects that seem to have been cut from at some point during the development process. Like in this game, you can give gifts to the different girlfriends, but it doesn't actually do anything. Supposedly, I don't know where I read this or if it's even true, but supposedly there were like remnants of code indicating that you could like build relationship points with the different girls and end up actually marrying one of them in the end. And yeah, none of that is actually in the final game. But yeah, I think that would be interesting. Like, yeah, flesh out the dating sim aspects so that you actually do, like, build relationship points with the girls. And maybe you get, like, some of them to like you, and that causes other ones to hate you. And yeah, like, add replay value by, like, giving different paths for the girlfriend subplots to take. Like in this game, it's all linear. Like every girlfriend subplot is just like point A to B to C to D, and then you're done. If you screw something up along the way, you just get to retry it over and over until you break on through to the next portion. Hey, we got him! We got him! First egg of the run! I mean, okay, this is kind of the secondary monster that we wanted, but still. Still, that's a good find. Hey, we got flame too, although it's not the kind that we wanted. Okay, so I got my noise, trained, and diamonds. We're good. But yeah, flesh out the girlfriend aspect of the game more, so that it's more like an actual dating sim. Flesh out the town building as well, maybe. Something more like the Georama system in Dark Cloud. I think that would be amazing. Okay, there's our noise. In fact, let's... This is exciting. I actually get to cross my first monster of our newly created spreadsheet. Noise down. I am running out of space in the monster. Oh dear. Okay, we need to get rid of some of these monsters, actually. Oh, I forgot to name the last few monsters I hatched. That guy looks really weird in his natural color. Anyways, I'm terrible at coming up with names. So, I always just pick one from the dictionary, whichever one seems coolest. I think Tromba is the winner out of these. Pozaon, Megala, Oros, Cuerno. Those sound too elegant for just like a derpy looking monster like this. Look at him, just look at him. He's a Tromba. He's playing his Tromba there. He's Tromba. Did I name this guy? Andore. Was that actually a name? Was that actually a name? Was that actually from the dictionary? It was, too. Oh, you're right. No, Andre was the name. Andre was the name. I think that one at the bottom is... Oh, no, it's actually in there. We got Andre and Andore. Unless, what if I say... What if I say... What if I put something like that? Okay, then we do nothing, then we go back in. I want to see if this will add this to the name of dictionary names. It does, okay. And now we got Peony on there forever. Nice. Nice. What was the other one I hatched while we were here? We got Blefa the Kid. Wee Dog, that's the other one. Did not name him. So we can be Tam, Bendeg, Domad, Torel, or Ceutes. This one's almost perfect. We just need to make a small adjustment. There we go, all fixed. Honestly, if he didn't have such a stupid-looking face, I might name him Korone, but yeah, we'll go with Dogmad. I think I need to bring a monster along and like do some fusing just to get some of these monsters out of here. Like, I've got 3 stealths. I absolutely do not need 3 stealths. The question is, what am I going to fuse them with? Also, I don't need both of these guys either. Unico's done. We just had him with us to evolve him. Stealth is a wind type, right? Let's fuse stealth into... Okay, first let's make ourselves a new stealth. Not going to bother giving him a name because we're just going to fuse him right away. So the usual thing I do is fuse him to a monster, fuse a monster into one of a dominant type. That kind of messes with the magic sometimes, though. Like our Ichi here is actually off type because he ended up with a water spell after his last fusion, so he actually needs to be in water type to gain magic levels, which is kind of weird. But yeah, if stealth is wind, we could fuse him into Wee Dog. But I think I'll try fusing him into another wind type. Was Zoo... Wind or what? Yeah, Zoo is a fellow wind type. The thing that's awkward about fusing like a wind monster into a wind monster is you don't know which one's going to be dominant afterwards. Like I want Zoo, like I want a Zoo out of this fusion, but I can't guarantee that. I guess I could give him one level before fusing him, although that's slightly inefficient for leveling up your magic. Oh, we're getting there. 10,000 after 3 runs. There was a Azure Dreams spiritual successor. One of the developers like came in on visited me on one of my streams in chat and talked about this game he was developing. I think it was called Azure Dreams. I don't think it's out on Steam yet. I think it's probably in development hell at this point, because that was like probably a couple years ago at this point since I last heard from him, and I'm pretty sure that game's still not out on Steam. At the time, I thought it was kind of classless the way that he came in to just advertise his own game on my stream, although to be fair, it was like, you know, of interest. Like, oh yeah, oh hey, you like this game? I'm making this game that's inspired by this game that's inspired by this game that you like so much. Anyways, I think it was like an RPG Maker type game. I honestly did not think that it looked very good, but I ended up wishlisting it anyways, just because I was curious about its, you know, just to track its development progress. I guess we don't need to thoroughly explore the first floor anymore, now that I got my noise egg. Honestly, I don't think it's... I kind of... At the outset, I thought that this whole collect all the monsters project would be like a very, very long-term thing. Like, it would take me a long time. Just like potentially over 100 dungeon runs to complete this. Now that I'm looking at the spreadsheet, I don't think it's going to be too difficult at all to just fill out this challenge and collect every monster in the game. Like, we're more than 2/3 of the way there already, and I've barely even started. I think we've done, what? I think I've done like 4 or 5 streams of this game since I started up the Collect All the Monsters challenge. Okay, so that worked out. You know what? I wonder... So Zoo is like appears higher in the tower, so maybe that's why he's dominant after fusion. So you see, yeah, fusing Stealth into Zoo results in a Zoo, and he unlocks his spell by doing that. The other possibility is that it's based on the color. What if we put Steel on the blue collar? Just doing a bit of experimentation with monster fusion here. Stealth has 8 hit points at level 1. Okay, so it looks like Zoo is dominant regardless. He's also a lot stronger than Stealth, at least at base level. Talented with Rust Proof and Paralysis Proof. I did not realize that turtles were Rust Proof. Or that monsters could rust at all in this game, for that matter. Oh, whoops, I guess I didn't want to level him up there. Although, now that I've got him out, what can you do? He can bark loudly. Okay. This'll be funny. Alright. Alright, dude. Bark. Oh, it actually worked. Nice. That actually wasn't terribly expensive, too. So every monster in the game has like some kind of unique ability, sometimes passive. A lot of them have active abilities, too. They tend to be extremely annoying when the monster uses them against you. Like that Paralyze ability this guy has is actually totally deadly. And he appears on the same floor as Block, who can cast Paralyze. So yeah, the whole section that Zoo appears on is very, very dangerous. But then when you get the monsters on your side, the special abilities tend to not be very useful. Either because they have a low success rate, or because they cost a ton of MP. Although they are fun to experiment with, nonetheless. But yeah, the best monsters in the game tend to be the ones with passive abilities. Looks like we're done with this floor. Oh yeah, and the title of the stream is a reference to Fire Emblem Blazing Sword, because that's one of the other games I'm playing on stream these days. Oh right, so the big disaster. The big disaster. So yesterday, after yesterday's stream, I did like 5.5 hours of Fire Emblem 7. We made a lot of good progress through that game. I think I cleared like 4 maps all in one sitting, or I guess, you know, 3 maps plus the shopping map. So yeah, like 5 hours of progress. Got some fantastic level ups for our characters. Just, yeah, really solid performance overall on those missions. It feels like our end game party is like finally coming together. I kind of complained a bit on the stream about how, oh, the game's too easy and it's got a reverse difficulty curve. But really, when you think about it, it's more like all of my planning kind of falling into place in the late game. Oh shit, we got another egg. It's not really that often that you see eggs this early in the tower. Anyways, after that stream, like right after I signed off and said, hey, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Right after I said that and clicked to end the stream, RetroArch crashed on me. And for some fucking reason, that killed all of my save data for that session. It reverted the save RAM back to its initial state before the session. So I lost that 5.5 hours of progress in Fire Emblem 7. So yeah, we reset from like chapter 31 to chapter 27. Which was really fucking obnoxious, and I started thinking of a lot of things, like how am I gonna plan this? How am I gonna get around this? And like with no recourse, I looked up a bunch of stuff to try to recover my settings. The thing is, I've had this problem before in RetroArch. It has to do with like the weird way that RetroArch handles the game, like the game's save data, the same RAM, the save RAM, which is like the save data on your cartridge, the emulated save data on the emulated cartridge. For some reason, it has like a temporary save RAM file that it writes to while the program is open, and then it like copies it over to a permanent one once you close RetroArch. If RetroArch crashes before it can do that copy, then you just lose your save data for that session. I've had it happen to me before with games I've streamed, and there is a workaround. There's just a setting in RetroArch where you can say, hey, instead of waiting until the program closes to copy the save RAM, do it at regular intervals. So I have it set to copy the save RAM every 5 minutes so that I don't lose my save data. And so ever since I flipped that setting, it's never been a problem again until now. For some reason, flipping that setting did not work for Fire Emblem. I think it might have something to do with the weird way that Fire Emblem handles its save data. Oops. Why is this not working? Oh, this happened in Suikoden before. My L2 button is stuck. It doesn't work anymore. Which, unlike with Suikoden, this is actually a disaster, because this means I can't use my monsters anymore. Try plug and unplug. Although that didn't work in Suikoden either. Motherfuck. Oh my god. Anyway, speaking of technical bullshit in RetroArch, I might have to start using this. It's really convenient to have like all of my emulation for streaming just handled in one program, but I've just had so many fucking technical problems with this program. It's really becoming obnoxious. Also, so this means that I can't summon my monsters without, or at least without going into the menu. But the bigger problem is I can't actually adjust my interface. I like the player's health and level on the top left corner there, so it doesn't obstruct my view when I'm like walking through the dungeon like this. Oh, they do have blazes on this floor, or flames on this floor. And with that, I think we've explored the floor anyways. But yeah, the only way to see the current floor that you're on is to... So the full version of that... of the interface there, or the HUD, I guess you'd call it. The full version tells you the current floor that you're on. But the toggle for that is triangle plus R2. Oh, there we go. There we go. It's back. Actually, I think unplugging my controller might have actually worked there. Anyways, we are on floor 5. We'll start wind crystalling once I'm finished floor 5 then. An orange egg. Orange like fire. We could be done this really quick. That would be amazing if we got our flame egg on first try. Mind you, if I do want to get both the evolved and unevolved version of this guy, I actually need 2 of them. Although, if this is the one, then it didn't really take us that long to get it. We could go for another one tonight, even. That's a bloom. I'm just gonna sell that. We got bloom already. I do have bloom already, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have all the water monsters. But again, that's why I have the spreadsheet, is so I can check this shit. Yeah, we got bloom already. Ooh, big money on that run, too. Oh shit, it's Cheryl. We haven't seen Cheryl in a long time. I hate her outfit when she becomes a nurse. Or actually, speaking of, there is like one branching route for the girlfriend side quests. Cheryl has two possible endings with her route. Either she ends up as a nurse, or she ends up as like a creepy, crazy, like fangirl of yours, and she like makes her living like selling dolls of your likeness. Like dolls and t-shirts? Yeah, she like sets up a stand where she sells, yeah, dolls or t-shirts or something with your face. And it's kind of creepy. Although the plus side of that ending for Cheryl is that she doesn't wear this stupid outfit. Yeah, I like her old outfit a lot better. Cheryl really is the girl. I think I talked about this a bit when we were doing our first run through the game, just my opinions of all the girls. Who is best girl? Who is worst girl? I don't know if you guys all have your own opinions about that. I had Cheryl pegged for worst girl. I don't know, just that, like, just like her total helplessness and dependence, I find just really off-putting. Like, what her full name is like Cheryl Child, and that's kind of like her character archetype, is she's like extremely childish, or childlike even. All you remember is tower climbing. We were talking about that earlier, Lord Sloth. That's really all it amounts to in the end. Like, you do the story thing and the girlfriend thing, like your first maybe couple playthroughs, and after that it's like all about like, what can I do with the tower here? Into scrubbing the dating aspects. They really don't add anything. If all you care about is the tower, I was actually also talking about this earlier, the different mechanics in this game don't really interact with each other at all. Like, you can completely ignore the dating sim stuff and the town building stuff. Like, none of that helps you climb the tower at all. And the tower is like really the main feature of the game. I mean, that's where the gameplay is. So if you're like a pure gameplay kind of person, then yeah, it's very easy to just ignore all of that, which I think is to the game's credit. Like this setting and these characters and this town are there for you to kind of get involved in, and, you know, to get involved in if you care about it. And if you don't, you can just ignore it. I mostly care about all that stuff due to my nostalgia for this game. Although, yeah, I would be the first to just admit freely that there's nothing super interesting about the setting and story and characters of this game. I really like Fur. I think Fur is really is a lot of fun, and I'll defend that point to the death. Yeah, I guess, yeah, there's at least one waifu who you can, yeah, eat your way to her heart. That's like such a sweet deal with Patty. It's like she gives you all this food for free, mind you, potentially. All you gotta do is wash a bunch of dishes, and you get to eat for free. And then she watches you eat, and then she falls in love with you. That's like the easiest Like the easiest one romance in history there. I mean, yes, modern games. Yeah, the dating sim aspects of this game are really kind of thin. And the characters aren't especially fleshed out. I like them anyways. But again, largely due to nostalgia. Again, yeah, we were talking about this earlier on stream. That's the main thing I would like to see from a sequel to this game is like really just minimal improvements on the core gameplay. I think the tower climbing gameplay is absolutely fine. I don't think they would have to change anything about this other than just more stuff, more monsters, a bigger dungeon, more different items. But apart from that, yeah, like expand the dating sim and town building aspects. And actually that kind of, and yeah, if you compare this game to like Rune Factory and Stardew Valley, both of those games do have, yeah, much more developed dating sim and like town building aspects. But I find the core gameplay of those games to be much, much less interesting than Azure Dreams. So Azure Dreams is still my favorite out of all those. You know, honestly, out of all the characters in this game, I think my favorite might actually be Gosh. He's such a not really a lovable bastard, but like the kind of guy you love to hate. He's such a douchebag. And he pops up all over the place. He probably gets more screen time than any of the girlfriends in the game. And he's just funny. He's just a funny guy, whether he means to be or not. Anyways, as I was saying, Cheryl, probably my least favorite girl in terms of personality and looks and everything, but she does undergo the most character growth over the course of her story. She's a very different person by the time her side quest is over compared to the start, which I do appreciate. Like, Fur is basically the same, so that's a shame. Yeah, Fur is basically exactly the same by the time you're finished with her. Selphie acts the same, even though she kind of awakens to her true feelings. Patty's basically the same, except she gets slightly better at cooking shrimp, so I guess Patty undergoes some character growth. She is slightly better at cooking shrimp by the time you romance her. I never did play the sequel, and I do hear from everyone that it's horrible, but I still want to play it for myself someday, just because I've got to know. Okay, so we're on floor 4 now. Gotta get those copper coins. Because if we don't find an egg, those copper coins are pretty much the only useful thing we get out of this run. For those of you just joining us, this is kind of just simple grinding run right here. Clearly I've got endgame equipment and all. I am attempting to capture every monster in the game. Both evolved and unevolved forms. I want a complete collection of monsters in my monster hut. One of the last, or I guess not the last few monsters, but we got a good number of them by now. One of the ones I have left is Flame. And the best place to get a flame egg is like on the first 4 or 5 floors. So that's basically what I'm doing right now, is just repeating the first 4 or 5 floors, looking for a blaze egg. Or I guess I was also looking for... I was also looking for noise, but we found that not too long ago. Oh yeah, I also need money. I also need money to get our final hut upgrade. Yeah, I was actually just talking about Dungeon Dreams. The developer is actually, or one of the developers actually popped in on one of my streams and told me, or really kind of advertised his game a little bit, which I thought was a little bit classless, but it was relevant to my interests, so I let it slide. Is that game out now? Is it? It was in early access, I think, when I last heard about it, but that was a couple years ago. I honestly didn't think it looked very good, but I mean, depending on how much of the Azure Dreams spirit they managed to keep intact, I'd be willing to give it a shot. Oh, February 2019. It's been out for a while then. I don't believe it's a roguelike or a mystery dungeon style game like Azure Dreams is. I think it's more of a traditional RPG from what I saw, which again kind of makes me less interested, because I think it's really the mystery dungeon style gameplay that gives Azure Dreams a lot of its strength. I think it is this game's like biggest charm point. Oh, right, I guess that's our floor 5. I think I do recall seeing ridiculous female costumes. Yeah, see, I'm totally into that kind of thing, so, you know, if anything, that might be a selling point for me, depending on how ridiculous they actually are. I didn't think that the art for the characters was especially good. But again, it was a few years ago that I first saw the game, so they might have like overhauled the art since then. So we didn't get any eggs on that run. Just gotta be double extra careful to not sell our familiars or trained wand or diamond shield. Ooh, we got almost 10,000 bucks there. I think I might have enough for the hut upgrade now. I kind of miss Nico's drop kick. Honestly, I feel like all of the girlfriends in this game kind of lose a little bit of charm after they fall in love with you. Like, Nico doesn't drop kick you anymore. Oh yeah, Cheryl's got that stupid nurse outfit. Either that or she goes crazy, becomes a crazy yandere fangirl. Selfie gets all weird and creepy. Mia's pretty much stays the same, but she sucked to begin with. And Fur's got that dorky smile now. The question is, can we find something to do with this game after I get the full monster collection? So actually, when I first started up this save file, it wasn't, like, the plan wasn't to do a monster collecting run. The original plan was I was doing hardcore runs, where the idea was that I was gonna try to clear the tower without bringing anything in. Oh hey, we got an egg right up there. Not that it matters, because I already have all the monsters on the first floor. But yeah, I was doing hardcore runs where it's, yeah, no, you don't get to bring your familiar in, you don't get to bring your other items in. Or I think I eventually relaxed that, because it turns out that if you go in naked every time, the first floor is the hardest part of the whole dungeon, and most of the time the run just ends because you get two-shotted by a troll. So eventually I relaxed that so that you can bring in a copper sword and a medicinal herb, which you can buy in town, and then other than that you don't take anything in with you. And you have to try to complete the tower with just your medicinal herb and your copper sword every time. It's a good challenge, I think. It actually opens up a lot of the mechanics that you wouldn't otherwise use. I guess speedrunners kind of do the same thing. Like, there's not really much reason to like hatch an egg in the tower, for example, because it means the monster goes away afterwards. There's not much reason to throw eggs at monsters. Like, there's different things you can do with monster eggs that you would generally not do in a normal run, because that just wastes the monster. You don't get the money, you don't get the monster. It's just kind of wasteful to do any of those things with an egg. In a hardcore run, or speed run, where you don't get to keep the egg anyways, leads to some kind of interesting situations where it's like you don't get to bring in a monster pet, so your whole interaction with the monster taming system is just hatching whatever monster you find and just making what use you can out of them. Most of the runs ended pretty predictably, where it's like the runs that I won were the ones where I just found a really powerful monster egg. I think the last winning run that I got, I hatched an Arachne in the tower and evolved him, which is basically like an insta-win right there. I did actually manage a few wins, though, that like I'm pretty sure that didn't involve just hatching overpowered monsters. But yeah, I kind of got tired of the hardcore thing after a while. I figured, okay, we'll play the real game. Going for a complete save file, which I've basically got already. I just need to build the monster hut. Once we build the final monster hut, then we'll have all the buildings, and I've already got all the girlfriends, and then I'm gonna go for all of the monsters. We're like 2/3 of the way there for all monsters. Ooh, we dropped the wind crystal for us. We've actually had good luck with wind crystals so far. I have not been forced. I've never been forced to stay longer than I wanted to, due to lack of wind crystals. At some point I should probably just abandon this nonsense and just do some barong feeding runs to try to get a roach fruit. That might actually be the most time-efficient way to get these rare monsters I'm looking for. You'd think after all this time I've spent playing this game, I wouldn't get like disoriented by the camera angles so often. It's like twice in a row there that I messed up my positioning due to the weird camera angle. God, I got frogged twice. Can I attack as a frog? Oh, you can too! I never even actually tried it. You know, the frog counts as a water type. I wonder if he's effective against fire. Or actually, troll is fire, and we were doing 1 damage, so I guess not. This is a big floor. Okay, there's our elevator. Still can't one-shot those cyclones. Give me some red sands, man. What floor are we on now? Floor 4. Yeah, I think we can clear 5. Yeah, flames still appear on floor 5, so I think flame eggs can still show up there. Though. Oh, hi there. That guy, like, snuffs his head out to throw fire at you. Is he, like, throwing his head at you when he casts Blaze or whatever? I never actually considered that. I think the trickiest thing for like making a modern Azure Dreams game, or I guess the toughest thing for just a monster collecting game in general, is the actual monster designs. Like how do you... I'm actually amazed, actually pretty much at all artists. I have like no artistic talent myself, no penchant for creativity or anything like that. So just the fact that people can like come up with character and monster designs and can draw art is just incredible to me in the first place. But to just come up with like, what, 30, 40, 150 unique monster designs is kind of amazing. Actually, I think that monster training game that Saturn Meteor has been showing us some pictures of kind of goes to make my point, because I think most of the monsters he's shown off from that game look kind of butts, like kind of just like a bunch of butts. Monster designs in that game, I think, are mostly not very good from what I've seen, because monster design is tough. Huh. Yeah, you're right, actually. You're actually right. Not even a Toho spin-off. Just like, instead of... just make it a Sakura game. You know, like or not... Is that what it's called? The Sakura games? Something like that. It's like a series of, like, very cheap, very low quality, different games with, just sexy anime girls. There's like, yeah, Sakura Clicker, a couple visual novels. There's been like a few different genres. But it's like, yeah, mostly about waifu collection. That's how you would do it nowadays. It would be like Monster Girl Raising Simulator, and instead of monsters, they would just be a bunch of different anime chicks who have like all the same faces, but like different types of monster ears. And then you could throw that game on Steam, and it would sell 1 million copies. I don't know if it would sell 1 million copies, but it would definitely be plastered all over the front page, because that's pretty much the only type of game I see on my Steam front page these days. Toho would be good. Like a Toho style, like Azure Dreams monster raising game, where you're raising Tohos instead of monsters. That would be like the acceptable version of that. It's like, instead of Sakura Dreams, we get Toho Dreams. That would be somewhat acceptable to me, since Toho fan games tend to be pretty decent quality. Also, I'm pretty sure that there are at least a few Toho Mystery Dungeon style roguelikes already. Actually, I think we're done here. So we got one egg out of that run, I think. Although it was on the first floor, so there's gonna be nothing good in it. Yeah, it's a Palumpa egg. I don't even have space for that in my monster hut. I'm just gonna sell it. Okay, there are some stat boosting seeds too that I need to keep my eye out for. Oh yeah, also I'm pretty sure I have enough for my hut now. Oh yeah, we got it. We actually got it after that run. That is the most boring refrigerator I've ever seen. I can't get over how great our name is in this game. Using the musical note for a J was such a great idea. I should do that in every game. That gives us the that lets us use a musical note in our game, in our name from now on. Oh, you know what I should do before I lose all of these lovely gains? How about save our game? In fact, I'm so paranoid after the whole Fire Emblem save data disaster. Oh, I never did get finished telling you guys what happened at the end of all that. So yeah, I was thinking maybe I cancel Fire Emblem for good, or at least cancel the Elliewood playthrough and just go straight into Hector mode next stream. Kind of accelerate the schedule. I was thinking maybe do a bonus stream where I just get our 5 hours of progress back and just like tough it out and play through everything we lost all over again. In the end, I decided to just replay everything on the spot. I turned off animations, I played with the emulator fast forward on, and I managed to clear all the maps again in about 90 minutes. So yeah, we got through 5.5 hours of stream gameplay and managed to redo all that in 90 minutes. Now, obviously, some of the details are different. We got, obviously, as always happens when you reload in Fire Emblem, I got much, much worse level ups on my characters the second time around. Monsbaya is perfect. I am so great. Dude, it'll be perfect once you build my goddamn monster hut. Actually, before we do this, I'm going to take a quick refreshment break just to refill my tea and go to the bathroom. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Alright. Kettle's not quite done yet. So I guess we'll just wait another minute or two for that. But yeah, anyways, so Fire Emblem, you guys don't have to worry about Fire Emblem. I caught back up to where we left off on the last stream, and we'll finish Fire Emblem this Wednesday. Oh, there's my tea. So naturally, after we're done Fire Emblem... after we're done Fire Emblem, we're gonna start up Fire Emblem. Because after Eliwood's story, Hector's story gets unlocked, so we're gonna do that. And we're gonna be a bit fancier about it, because Eliwood's story was like a little bit on the boring side. That was a quick refreshment break. It was, too. No snacks. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me, Fantasy Girl. I'm actually trying to cut back. Part of my strategy of cutting back is I don't keep the snacks right next to me anymore. I keep them, like, over by the tea, so I actually have to get up if I want them. But I do want them, so I'm gonna grab one. Honestly, I think the one biggest positive that I've gotten from like streaming over all this time, I mean, other than getting to, you know, meet all you lovely people and chat and play cool video games and chat about cool video games with you guys. Apart from that, I think the best thing about streaming for me has been to just, for me to occupy my time with things that aren't unhealthy for me. Because, like, generally on the days when I didn't stream, back when I was streaming a lot less, I would just spend my time, just crack open, like, a bag of chips and a soda and just watch, like, anime all evening. I have that, like, terrible connection where it's like I can't watch a movie or anime, or it's just, I get, whenever I'm about to watch something, I get the compulsion, like, oh, I gotta go for snacks, gotta go for snacks. And since I'm not preoccupied with, like, gameplay or something, that's the thing, is I'm kind of starting to get that way about streams also. Where it's like, oh, I'm gonna stream? Maybe I'm gonna want to snack with the stream. At least with the stream, though, like, I'm busy playing video games, so I can't just be stuffing it with my face, like, 100% of the time. But yeah, with movies and anime, I can totally just be stuffing my face 100% of the time. I used to eat so many snacks before I started streaming pretty much every day of the week. I would have like a bag of chips and a bag of M&Ms and a soda basically every day. Maybe not every day, maybe closer to like every second day, but that's still not great. Doom scrolling politics on Twitter. Oh god. Oh god. I would rather go back to, you know what, I would rather eat 2 bags of chips and 2 bags of M&Ms every day and watch, like, the shittiest, most degenerate anime out there. I would rather, like, yeah, just do nothing but watch, like, Senran Kagura all day, every day. And Aiken, and all the most garbage animes, eating the worst snacks, rather than doom-scrolling politics on Twitter. My goodness. I actually kind of... I pass the time at work a little bit, just scrolling on Twitter. It's almost... I've pretty much filtered politics right off of my Twitter feed. But sadly, I prefer to follow gaming stuff on Twitter, but I don't know. Some of the, you know how it is. You know how it is. Some people on Twitter just won't let you not do the politics thing on Twitter. So some of the gaming personalities I follow, unfortunately, can't keep the political shit off Twitter. But anyways, I mostly read video gaming shit on Twitter and Reddit all day at work when it's not busy. And actually, during the not so busy days, during like when there's no one in the store, I'll watch streams too. AGDQ actually falls at a really convenient time for me, because the store is usually like January is generally a very slow business month at the store. Like most people are not going on big shopping sprees to buy a bunch of new games after they've already bought a bunch of stuff on for December and Christmas and everything. So January is kind of an off month. Generally not a lot of traffic in the store. Generally I get to just hang out on my own because the boss doesn't... Like the boss will generally not be there unless it's super busy. So it's usually, often, especially Sundays, it's just like me alone in the store with no customers or anything half the time. So I can just watch streams. And AGDQ is in January. So I like basically just spend my time watching AGDQ at work, and it's pretty sweet. A few thousand posts in the last couple days. I can't even imagine that there's like 1,000 posts worth of things to say about any given, about anything at all. I wish that the gaming subreddits I followed were that active. Like a lot of the stuff I follow on Reddit is like niche gaming subreddits, like r/strategy RPG or like r/true gaming, which is honestly a little bit of a dumpster fire, but has the occasional nugget of good conversation topics in it. But they're not particularly well trafficked. We'll see like maybe like a few dozen posts in each of them every few days. Oh, I do the thing on the phone. Yeah, having the phone out. I watch YouTube on my phone in bed. That's a bad habit. Although it does put me to sleep a lot of the time. Oh, I thought that was an egg for a second. It's just a damn Pulumpa. Pulumpa. Can I get back out of here? There we go. Actually, watching stuff on YouTube has been less detrimental to my sleep lately than it usually is. Like, I've kind of become desensitized to it. Like, I've literally fallen asleep. Like, usually it's just like, I look at the clock and it's like, holy shit, it's 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I need to stop this shit, and then I put my phone away and go to sleep. Like, the last week or so, I've mostly been... like been falling asleep with my phone in my hand. Like I wake up the next morning and it's like, oh. Or I wake up in the morning and then like roll over to hit the alarm clock, and like my phone falls off of my chest onto the floor because I fell asleep holding my phone. Anyways, tea is ready. Oh, Trump trying to evade his Twitter bans? I didn't even hear about that. That's funny. But yeah, what else is there to be said about that? Trump tried to evade his Twitter bans. Of course he would. That's funny as hell. What else needs to be said about that? How do you squeeze a 1,000-page discussion out of something like that? Oh, damn! Here we go. Stuff like this is why I listen to these mixes on stream. Find some good new music. But if you basically start any sentence with, like, Twitter or on Twitter, I just don't give a fuck. I just do not give a fuck about anything on Twitter. Like, I read Twitter because there are, like, interesting tidbits sometimes. I like to follow, like, stuff about gaming factoids. Artwork. Twitter's good for artwork sharing. I don't give a fuck about, like, Twitter news, Twitter drama, Twitter, like, opinion bullshit, Twitter arguments, just, like, anything, anytime you, like, be in a sentence with, like, whatever happened on Twitter, like, might as well just be synonymous with just doesn't fucking matter. Okay, if it's just shit posting, okay, at least it's not like serious discussion. When I think like politics talk, I'm often thinking like serious discussion, or not like I don't want to say serious discussion because how serious is any of this really? But you know, like like people who take this kind of shit way too seriously. Political shit posting is a different type of thing. I can totally get behind politics-related shit posting. Actually, I've seen quite a few good jokes and memes about the Capitol Hill protests. Can't think of any off the top of my head. Limit fruit. Vital sword. So I guess I actually don't need money anymore. That's right, now that we got the hut, I have absolutely no use for money. Which means I can literally just ignore every item on these first few floors, other than eggs. That'll streamline our exploration quite a bit, I think. What is this floor? Oh, it's only floor 4. But yeah, what I meant was, and so if I can't help myself. I'm just in the habit of grabbing those copper coins every time I see them. Ignore them. Wait, I know this song. So the background music that I use on these Azure Dreams streams, it's a bunch of like vaporwave and future funk mixes from a YouTube channel called Kurd Tabata, which has kind of a weird spelling. And yeah, it's like all mixes I've never heard before. So it's like I kind of use these Azure Dreams streams as kind of an opportunity to get caught up on my Kurd Tabata listening. So yeah, I get to discover a bunch of new music at the same time that I get to discover a bunch of classic old games that I've played a million times already. This song I know already, though. I've heard this one before. Is this actually an old mix? Some of them have had to be re-uploaded because they were taken down. Whatever, I wouldn't know it by title, so I guess we'll just listen to it again. I don't know if these mixes are necessarily, like, copyright safe, but I don't know. I haven't gotten flagged for any of them just yet. Which is generally been only an issue on YouTube until recently, but apparently Twitch is trying to crack down on like copyright violations lately, especially music-based stuff. God damn it. Okay, he's got to be... There we go. That was a weird camera angle. Are we done here? I think we are done here. Boing! Hey! We've stepped in a done here trap. Right as soon as I was done here. Do I have a... Oh, yes I do. But yeah, I do feel genuinely bad for people who get caught up in like social media related drama and bullshit. I think I've seen it kind of ruin minds of people who I generally otherwise respect and am friendly with. And it makes it kind of impossible to talk to them about certain topics. Whatever. It's nothing important. I generally only interact with people in the context of, like, gaming with them anyways, so it's not like I need to talk to them about any of that shit anyways. It's like, oh yeah, real travesty. The state of politics these days. Yep, I'm sure you're angry about it. Please just take your turn. Please pass the dice. That kind of thing. It actually hasn't been too bad with my regular gaming group, to be honest. Actually, it hasn't been bad at all. It's annoying at work, because sometimes you get the odd customer who wants to blab politics at you, and I just don't know how to politely signal people, just how to politely signal my disinterest to people to get them to stop talking to me. I don't know if there is a polite way to tell people. It's like, please shut up, you're really boring. I'm trying to read about the video games on Reddit. I don't know, I guess I never picked up like the slightest trace of whatever personality trait it is that makes people want to just like speak their mind to just like any random person in front of them. Like, is it just because they have a captive audience, I guess? Because they know that, like, I'm an employee, and I'm, like, obligated to, like, just listen to them? Like, there is no, like, socially acceptable way for me to tell them to stop talking to me? Like, my job obligates me to be polite and listen to you, so that's what I've got to do? And, like, maybe that's why they do it? Because that's the only way they can get anyone to listen to them? Like the way that I know, so I know this is a thing with old people, I hear, is where they'll like strike up conversations with salespeople on the phone just because like they don't get to interact with people at all otherwise. It's just like, oh, a person is talking to me. That's kind of what this channel is for me. Like, this channel is my outlet to just spout off about whatever I feel like, but the difference is this is a purely voluntary basis here. Like, if I'm dull as fuck, which, let's face it, the numbers show that I pretty much am to most people. But it's totally voluntary. If this isn't interesting, then people can just tune out. I can blab to myself and my, you know, 0 or 1 or 2 viewers. And that's absolutely what I did for like the first 2 years when I started streaming. And now we're up to like 5 or 6 people sometimes, and that's kind of cool. Now we're back down to 1 or 2 for most of this week, but AGDQ is on right now, so I don't blame people for wanting to tune into that instead. Also, my Fire Emblem playthrough has been getting a weirdly low amount of people watching it, considering that it's like the Fire Emblem it's our current viewer's choice game. Fire Emblem won the viewer's choice poll for what game. Like, I've been doing that lately. Like, my main event streams have been whatever people vote for on the viewer's choice poll. And Fire Emblem actually won with more votes than any game had ever gotten in the past. I think it got like 6 or 7 votes. And yet nobody has been by to watch the streams. Which is fine, because Fire Emblem has been a pretty fun game so far for the most part. That's always been my approach. I don't stress out, or at least I try not to stress out about view numbers, because it's just me playing video games anyways. So again, even if nobody's watching, I get to play some cool video games. Which I would have been doing anyways. It's like, oh, no one's watching the streams, so I guess I'll just quit streaming and play the same games I would have been playing on stream anyways. Like, that doesn't matter at all. I might as well stream it. I just thought it was a bit weird. I wonder if someone might have, like, messed with the polls and, like, duped some votes to push their favorite game into the lead at the last minute. Polite ways to say, try to avoid mixing politics and work. That seems forward to me. I guess I'm Canadian. Maybe that's why that seems extremely forward to me. I've never seen Logan's Run, so I wouldn't get that reference, and I don't know how many customers would either. I mean, it's not even a rejection of their beliefs. Like, I don't even really care about people's opinions. Like, I am generally politically uninvolved. Like, people can say whatever shit they want and it won't bother me. I just find that the topic boring, and the type of person who wants to spout off about it typically wants to spout off about it at extreme length. God, I've had customers in sometimes who just want to like just spout off for like half an hour or longer at a time. Like, I'm not engaging them in the conversation. I'm not saying anything to them beyond just like nodding and going, okay, yep. And then like the instant another customer comes up, I just like immediately like, hello, can I help you? Do you need anything? Just let me know when you're ready to go. Feel free to come to the counter if you need anything. Please get me out of here. Generally, people have been better about not engaging in unnecessary chit-chat due to like the COVID restrictions. Like we actually have a capacity limit in the store right now, so like we can only have so many people in the store at once, which generally kind of incentivizes people to do their business and move along, which is awesome for me because that's like how I like to do my, like I'm not a shopper. I don't go shopping. Like I don't window shop. Like I try to waste as little time as possible. If I need to buy a thing, I go to the store and then I buy it and then I leave. Like I do not browse the aisles in the grocery stores or any other stores. Now a lot of other people are shopping that way too to minimize their, you know, exposure time. Doink. Anyways, work is boring. Although the fact that work is boring gives me time to focus on some exciting things. Like possible, yeah, combinations with Azure Dreams. Shin Megami Tensei plus Azure Dreams. It really would be just the same thing, wouldn't it? Now that you mention it. Now that you mention it, isn't Persona just Azure Dreams? Isn't Persona literally just Azure Dreams? You got the social links and quasi-dating. You've got like the dungeon crawl. You don't get to build buildings, but you got those other things. I've actually never played an SMT game. That's one that's been kind of on my list of games to try out someday. Like, I think most of those games were on the DS and 3DS, right? I never owned a 3DS, and I didn't play a lot of... I owned a DS, but I didn't play a lot of games on it because I hated the design of it. Like, I don't know, the control pad just made it impossible for me to play games on it for too long. At some point, I'm going to have to look into emulation options for the DS once we get to the later Fire Emblem games. Or actually, even the... Yeah, I think we've got 3 more Fire Emblem games before I've got to look into DS emulation. Because, yeah, we got to do Sacred Stones, Path of Radiance, and Radiant Dawn. And then we get to, I think it's Awakening on DS. And then I'll have to set up DS emulation, and then we can start looking at Shin Megami Tensei. Shin Megami Tensei. I don't know why. I always feel like no matter how every time I say that title, I always feel like I'm pronouncing it wrong. Like every time I say it, I'm saying it a different way, it feels like. Also, I've definitely heard this mix before. This one must have been a re-upload. It's fine though, because this is a good one. Oh! So SMT is that one a first-person dungeon crawl, or was it a strategy RPG? Or were there both? No, I guess we're done here. Oh, I forgot the red sand. First-person dungeon crawler, okay. That's a genre that I've never really gotten into. I loved Etrian Odyssey 3. That was the one game that I played a whole lot on my DS. Yeah, we'll just take that red sand into our next dungeon run and use it then. The most fair implementation of party-wide wipes. Like as far as what happens when you wipe? Because yeah, usually in those types of dungeon crawls, what happens when you wipe is you just game over and have to reload your save. Or is that what happened? Yeah, I think that's the way it worked in Etrian Odyssey. Okay, and yeah, sure enough, the final tier of Monster Hut. Oh, it actually adds a second row down here. Oh, wow. Wow, yeah, it actually adds 2 new columns and 2 new rows. We have we doubled in size? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we were 36 before. Now we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're 64. We were 36 capacity. Now we're 64. If I've got my math right, and I believe I do. Light and dark skills cause instant death. Oh, is that like the shit like in Persona 3 where like your buddies are AI controlled and if your main character dies, it's game over? I always hated that shit. Final Fantasy XIII had the worst and stupidest version of that because it was a game over if your main character died. But you could switch who the main character was during combat. So it's like they have the mechanic where you can just like switch the party lead in the middle of combat. It's like, okay, Lightning can be AI controlled, I'll switch to Vanille now. But then if Vanille dies, once you switch to her, then it's game over, which makes no sense. Like, you got the mechanic to switch the party leader on the fly. Why not just automatically switch to the next person? They fixed that in 13.2, but I just thought it was a baffling design decision in the first place. And sure enough, the final dungeon, like the most common enemy in the final dungeon is like this big tanky dude who does nothing but spam death spells on your party leader. Mind you, death is like a less than 1% chance to land in that game anyways. I think it only actually landed on me once in that dungeon, but it was still just a terrible concept. Oh hey, Darth Meatbag. Or not restart from save, and depending on the options you choose. Yeah, I like the idea of having options. Like you get to choose your level of hardcoreness when it comes to death. That's one thing I always liked about like Diablo-style action RPGs. It's like you got hardcore as an option, and you've got not hardcore as an option. Actually, Sexy Parodius had something kind of like that too. That was like a Sexy Parodius is like a Gradius style, or actually literally just like effectively a Gradius spin-off. There you could basically change your death settings so that it would either be a checkpoint system, like a regular Gradius game, where if you die you get sent back to the checkpoint, or there was like a continuous system where if you die you just immediately respawn in place without losing any progress. So you could actually kind of credit feed your way through the game if you really wanted to. Gear is a huge factor. If you have resistance, you're immune. I don't know. I feel like equivalency. Like, I don't know. The equivalency of mechanics between like the players and enemies isn't necessarily fair all the time though, because like, okay, cool, my death spells can land on the enemy, that makes it fair, but the enemy doesn't lose. Like, the enemy doesn't have to replay like 2 hours of dungeon progress if they get a death spell cast on them. Like, if I land a death spell on an enemy, it's just like, whatever, I killed that enemy. Only 200 more to fight through. But if death lands on your hero, that's like, oh fuck, I gotta redo like 2 hours of dungeon crawling. Like, there's no equivalency, in my opinion. Like, it depends on the game. Some games it makes more sense for there to be, like, fairness and equivalency with the game mechanics on both sides, for both players and enemies. That's actually kind of one of the problems I have with Fire Emblem, too, sometimes. Actually, Tear Ring Saga, I think, was a game that had like a little bit too much like player-enemy equivalency going on among the other problems that game had. Like, it depends on the style of game too. Like, if it's a game that's meant to be, you know, replayed a lot of times. Or the other thing too is like if you can make like some kind of progress. I think games are good these days about like not completely wasting your time with failed runs. Like Tales of Maj'Eyal is a good example. You can get one-shotted in Tales of Maj'Eyal. In fact, that's pretty much how most runs end, is by you getting one-shotted by something that you weren't prepared for. But you gain the knowledge, like you gain the foreknowledge for next time. It's like, okay, this thing killed me this time. I know to be prepared for that thing next time. So it's like you gain the knowledge from the experience, and you also gain unlocks, like anything you unlocked along the way. New character classes, or cosmetics, or whatever you got. Like, that stuff carries over onto your save file as well. And yes, Tome has lives if you're not playing on roguelike setting. It's easy for me to forget sometimes because I did play Tome on roguelike difficulty for the longest time before I eventually decided that it was not exactly unviable, but just way too challenging. Not way too challenging. What's the way to describe it? Tome on roguelike difficulty is too inconsistent for how long the game is. Like, for as much time and effort it takes to do a Tome run, roguelike difficulty just makes all your hard work just not pay off too often. Like, the pacing of Tome, I think, is wrong for having true roguelike style death. Or the length of the game is too long for it. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense, Lord Sloth, because Tome is effectively a Diablo-style game. It is like a turn-based Diablo-style game. Oh, I love build trees. That's like my favorite like mechanic in video games, is the ability, is just being able to plan just a diverse array of character builds, to like play the same character class and have it be different every time you play it because you chose. Oh my god, this mix is fire! This one is called Sunny Circuits. Not the song, but this mix. I don't know what this song is. Actually, I think I do know this song. Is this Nitro? Oh yeah, I mean, the indecision is part of the fun for me. Like, where indecision becomes a problem for me is where I get indecisive about things that don't matter in the long run. And again, I have that problem with Fire Emblem. I get indecisive in Fire Emblem about a lot of things that are really fairly inconsequential in the long run. Like, which items to bring along. Like, yeah, distributing your items and distributing your XP. Like, a bunch of, like, little micro decisions that aren't actually a huge deal in the long run. Whereas with something like Tome or Diablo, I feel like those skill point decisions are consequential. Like all those skill point allocations pay off in the end. Or if they don't pay off, say your skill build doesn't work out, you still, again, gain the knowledge of having run that experiment and seen how those skill points worked out for you. It's like sandbox game design. You just like assign your points and see what happens, and just like play around with the different skills and different builds and such. That's always been the main appeal of Diablo style games. I don't care about the loot at all. I do not care about loot drops, the whole loot pinata thing. If anything, like randomized equipment. Actually, the random equipment drops are an example of like decision paralysis, like where that's inconsequential. I feel like agonizing over like which piece of yellow equipment to put on your Tome or Diablo character is like a inconsequential decision that you shouldn't let yourself get bogged down in, but it's kind of hard not to let yourself get bogged down by it. But yeah, for me, Diablo, like right from Diablo 2, the fun of those games has always been the skill trees and not the loot drops. But yeah, anyways, I definitely agree with you, Darth Meatbag, about, yeah, Tome. Yeah, I've come around to the same conclusion after exclusively playing roguelike difficulty for like a year or so. I have arrived at the same conclusion that the game is just better balanced for the default difficulty, which really shouldn't be a surprise, but I don't know. I like to do stupid things against people's advice so I can see and understand why those things are stupid for myself. Like, I'm the dumb kid who has to put his hand on the hot stove to really understand why putting your hand on the hot stove is a bad idea. Oh, I thought there was going to be another pathway down here, but that's it. Actually, are we done? No. One more floor. Actually, doesn't Tome by default give you quite a bit of flexibility with reassigning skill points? Like, I think you can assign something like you can reassign like the last 4 or 5 skill points you allocated once you get back into town, something like that. Like, you can't do a full respec, but that's the thing, though, is that, like, different skills are good for different parts of the game. That's actually one thing I thought Diablo 2 did really good back in the day, was having a good diversity of, like, different dungeons and just, like, throwing different situations at the player that would challenge different classes in different ways. Like, some classes would really struggle against bosses, but would have good, like, mob clearing abilities. Some classes were good in open areas, some classes were good at corridor fighting. And then the game throws all those situations at you. There are some dungeons that are, like, tight corridors, packed full of enemies. There are some dungeons that are big open areas with hordes of powerful, just, yeah, super tanky, super tough enemies that you gotta deal with. And different classes will be challenged by different things. Tome, I find that to be a little bit less the case. Tome, it's pretty much almost every class has an easy time with the first continent, and every class has a difficult time with the Orc Prides. Just because very few classes are actually built to be able to deal with just hordes and hordes of powerful orcs charging at you in big open spaces. Yeah, in Tome it feels more like just corridor fighting is always easy, and open room fighting is always hard. And the best classes in the game are the ones that happen to be really good at open room fighting. Or are just able to just get super tanky to the point that they're basically invincible. So I believe we're done. Man, we've been having no luck with the eggs these last couple runs. You know what's funny? I'm actually subscribed to Dark God on Patreon. Just a small monthly donation. I think I'm in like the $2 tier for Dark God's Patreon. He's the developer of Tome, which actually does come with a benefit. All of the money that you donate effectively gets converted to in-game currency, and it also unlocks new stash slots. I've been subscribed, I think, for almost a year now, so I probably have a lot of stash slots unlocked. And yet I actually haven't been playing the game very much since that. There was like a brief period last year where I kind of did a bunch of Tome runs, one after another. That's kind of how it goes. I get addicted to Tome every now and again, and then I gorge myself, and then I quit once I've had my fill for a long time. I didn't even play the new Necromancer. That got released like months ago, and I still haven't played the newest patch with the new Necromancer. Part of that was because I spoiled myself with it by playing the beta build. I'll probably never do that again. We haven't gotten anything productive off these last few runs, but I guess I'll save anyways. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that, but I guess a pita is fine. So here's a question. How many dungeon runs do you guys think it's going to take me to collect every monster in the game? I thought it would take hundreds. Not like many hundreds, but like close to 200 runs. At the rate we're going, I don't think it's going to take that long at all. Although progress has stalled significantly in like the last hour or so. Ghoul, Necro. Ghouls got overhauled, I think, since the last time I played them too. I think they have some new abilities. I think their Vomit maybe works differently, and I think Ghoul Leap maybe works differently. I can't remember the details. I don't play a lot of ghouls. Anything that counts. You're talking like the I don't know what to call them. Like the open map Castlevanias, like games like Symphony of the Night and Aria. Yeah, if we're going for like the rare soul drops. Yeah, I see. I have classic Castlevania on the brain at the moment because I've been playing a lot of NES games lately. And Castlevania is one of the ones on the list to go back and play. Just like the original NES Castlevania trilogy. But yeah, for like post-symphony, Metroidvanias, that's the word I was looking for. I can't believe I forgot that word. Yeah, the Metroidvania style ones. Okay, I don't know if you guys like this music as much as I do, but this is blowing my mind how awesome the music has been on this particular track. Okay, this was a re-upload. Anyways, if any of you are curious, if you like this kind of style of music like I do, this is the link to the mix that is currently playing. If you guys want to check out this mix and Kurd Tabata's channel for yourself, it's the least I think I can do to plug his stuff while I'm shamelessly ripping it off for background music. He credits all of the artists in the description as well, so if there's any particular tracks you've heard that you really like, yeah, you can figure out who made those and where to get them. So which Castlevania games have I really taken the time to grind out? Honestly, I think Symphony is the one that I did the most grinding in. And it's just because I had the stupid idea one time that I wanted to fill up the monster book. So I did it. I grinded to unlock, like to fill in every single monster drop in the monster book in Symphony of the Night. It actually didn't take an insane amount of time. Like, I've never done like the full grind in Aria of Sorrow, because there's like a million things to grind in that game. Like, you gotta grind, or Dawn of Sorrow, I think it was called. The DS one was the worst, because you actually needed 9 copies, I think, of every soul to fully power them up. So I never did that. I think I got all souls in both games, but I didn't get like 9 of every soul, and I didn't get all item drops. Necro trades max HP for dying at negative HP, and Ghoul prevents taking damage over 50% of max HP. Oh, I see. So, I never even considered that synergy. So yeah, anything that triggers based on your percentage of remaining HP actually is better if you are like a negative HP character. I remember seeing that with the new Necromancer, and I didn't really get the point. Like, I didn't really get the point of like, oh, all of my HP is actually negative HP. Like, I didn't really get the point at first, until I realized, oh yeah, I trigger all of my critical, like all of my abilities that trigger at critical HP trigger way faster now. But yeah, I didn't consider that the ones that are based on, like, taking a percentage of your... Like, yeah, there are some abilities that are, like, if you take up this percent of your HP in one hit, this ability triggers. I didn't consider that that would help those ones, too. God damn it, where are my eggs? You know, I should be using glasses. I should be using glasses when I find them. Not truth glasses, those are the crappy glasses. Okay, I need to change my approach here, get in the habit of just ignoring items. Every item is useless, unless it's an egg. Need to stop playing Azure Dreams and start playing Where is an Egg? Have you guys ever played that game? Does anyone else get that reference? The video game. The classic browser game, Where is an Egg? I think there might be another room up here. I think it's still on the internet somewhere. It was a Homestar Runner thing. Or it wasn't specifically related to Homestar Runner, but it's like made by the guys who do the Homestar Runner browser games on their site. Videlectrix, I think the developer is called. It's a simple deduction game. Kind of like deduction adventure style, where you're going around trying to find an egg. There are a bunch of different locations. Each location has an NPC in it. You can interrogate each NPC about either... It's like the classic puzzle, where it's like every NPC is either a liar or a truth teller, but you have no way of telling who's who. So you can like quiz each NPC about the location of an NPC, or the contents of a location, or the location of an item. And then each location has an NPC and an item in it. And yeah, you're trying to find the egg, except if you ask about the egg, like, you know, half of the NPCs will be lying to you. And then you need to find the NPC who has the egg and shoot them. You get 3 bullets. It's a very simple kind of deduction game. Kind of the fun of it is actually figuring it out, because it doesn't explain the rules to you at all. Oops. Whatever. I had like 15 minutes of fun with Where is an Egg back in the day. It also had very catchy music. Still remember the theme music to this day. I forget the rest. And then you get to the location select screen and it's like something like that. And I think it would change the music depending on what location you're at. Like different layers of the background audio. Oh, wait. You know what? I wonder if Where is an Egg and the other Videlectrix games were Flash games. Because that was the other big news. The big gaming news over Christmas is, yeah, Flash is defunct now. It has been wiped from the internet. All those old browser games and shit. Gone kaput. Yeah, I bet you it was a Flash-based game too. Shit, you probably can't play Where is an Egg anymore. Oh, that actually makes me... I didn't care about the Flash news back in the day because it's like, I don't know, I didn't have much nostalgia for Flash games. I know I played some of them over the years, but none that I thought were particularly memorable, and all the good ones you can just like download and play anyways. Like I think there was one that was like a Zelda style, or it was like a Zelda parody platformer where Link was a girl. I forget what it was called. It looked really neat. I'm pretty sure it was Flash based, but there was an installable version as well. Oh, also I think we're done. Oh, actually we're not. Give me an egg. Okay, I should be able to clear these much faster. Honestly, if I can't find 3 hours, I kind of figured that we might not see it. Kind of thought that we might not find it after a 3-hour stream. Whatever, we'll go for like another hour. And if I don't find it on this run, I'll probably just do, hey there, Cornhusker. Yeah, I'll probably just do barong feeding runs for the next, super boring monster collecting stream. I knew that this whole monster collecting project was gonna get really boring eventually, once we get down to the last few monsters. How many eggs left? Quite a few. Quite a few. I'm focused on one particular one, though, because I know it's going to be difficult to get. And honestly, I didn't think we were going to get a lot of traffic to tonight's stream. Just because traffic has been low throughout the week, and AGDQ is on. And it's kind of an off night for streaming for me, because I don't normally do Saturday nights, because I got board game nights. So for all those reasons, I didn't think many people would be here watching this. Oh, football too. Football. Man, yeah, I got all kinds of things working against me tonight. But I did do I made a big spreadsheet at the start of the stream, listing all of the monsters I have left. So at the moment, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I've got 16 eggs left. 16 eggs. I'm currently targeting Flame, because I know that's one of the hardest ones to get. He only shows up on the first few floors. I mean, you might be able to find an egg on the higher floors, but you're less likely to find it there because there's just more monsters in the pool by that point. Maybe instead of just climbing the first few floors, maybe I should just keep climbing until I find an egg and then teleport out. Just to make sure that I'm getting something useful every run. Although I don't think that there are any other low floor monsters that are useful. Like I don't need Bloom, Balloon. I need one more clown. Because yeah, I'll need a clown after we evolve the one we have. What crime is an egg most afraid of? I'm bad at these. Breaking and entering? I don't know. Murder? I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it. Poaching. Blah. 2 points. 2 points for that one. I mean, actually, in this game, the crime that eggs are most afraid of is dine and dashing. Because eggs actually get eaten by vipers. Works for me. Also, what the hell did I just do there? Oh, we got it. We're doing it. I don't know why I never thought to do this before. Oh, if you hold down circle, it's easier. The monsters should just, like, fall over. Or, like, puke or something just from looking at you when you do that. Actually, dine and dashing, that's a colloquial term. What crime would you be guilty of if you, like, get a meal at a restaurant and leave without paying? Is that just theft? Is that just, like, petty theft? Just theft? Okay. I don't know, for some reason I thought it might be different if you, like, eat the product. I don't know, I think of theft as being, like, you know, like you take the jewels and you run out of the store. Or, you know, you take something and you run, I guess, and run out of the store without paying. What if I, like, eat a chocolate bar inside the store, but don't pay for it, but also don't leave? Have I actually stolen it yet? It's not theft until I leave, is it? Or I guess maybe I like ate the chocolate bar like without purchasing it, so that like I didn't have the right to eat it, so that'd be like I didn't buy the license to eat that chocolate bar. So that's against the law. Just like your software. You're not purchasing the physical chocolate bar, you're actually just purchasing the license to eat it. Destruction of personal property. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that might be it. Probably just theft, though. Yeah. Get the info nerds up here. That's bullshit that chocolate bars work that way. I should be able to download my chocolate bar onto as many devices as I want. Big chocolate bar can't tell me what I can and cannot do with my chocolate bar. Hey there, Peacock. This is basically a kind of mystery dungeon. This is a PS1 game called Azure Dreams. It basically plays like a mystery dungeon game. You go into a dungeon with randomly generated floors, turn-based roguelike style. Your level is reset to 1 every time you re-enter the dungeon. The gimmick with this one is that you've got a monster collection and monster raising system as well. So I can bring my monster familiar into dungeon. You can get these guys by finding eggs inside the dungeon and hatching them. Monsters do get to keep their levels when you re-enter the dungeon. So like unlike other mystery dungeon style games, you actually can kind of grind your way through this one. Although it's tougher to level monsters than it is to level yourself. Because the experience you get is distributed between you and all the monsters you have out. So by having this guy out right now, I'm getting half as much experience. So leveling is a lot slower if you bring out a monster. And if I bring out a second monster, experience is going to be divided 3 ways. I don't need monsters for these early floors because I've got... There's the other thing you can do to build power between runs, which I think most mystery dungeon games have some kind of like storage system to let you carry items between runs. You can carry 5 items into the tower with you at the start of each run, and if you get a wind crystal, you can exit the tower and get to keep all the items that you found along the way. So one thing you can do is you can use sands to temper up your sword and shield and get like a super powerful sword and shield. And then just as long as you... So you lose all your items if you die in the dungeon. Again, mystery dungeon style. So if you die, then you lose that trained up equipment. But as long as I keep not dying, I can just keep on sanding up my sword and shield and just jack that up to... We're up to plus 19 on the wand and plus 32 on the diamond shield. That was a small floor. You know, I really like the idea. Really like the idea of Chocobo Mystery Dungeon. Actually, I played the one on PS1. There's actually a Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon on PS1. Actually, yeah. It looks very similar to this one. I played it. It's quite good. The new ones look really good too. I should play the new Mystery Dungeon games someday. There's one on Switch, isn't there? Or it was either Switch or Wii U was the newest one. I thought it looked really good. I haven't bought a Nintendo console since the Wii. But presumably, I think the Wii U is emulatable already, and I think the Switch is getting there quickly. But anyways, we're into like the post-game section of this game. I am basically trying to get a perfect save file. I've already obtained all of the possible girlfriends and built all of the possible buildings in town here. Oh, he's sitting on top of an egg. We got an egg. What kind of egg is it? Do I have truth glasses? I don't. There's not going to be 2 eggs on the first floor. Oh, or on the same floor. I don't have a wind crystal. This is the first time this has happened. I'm ready to leave and I don't have a wind crystal. But anyways, the last thing I want to do is get all of the monsters in the game. Which is quite a feat. I don't think you're really meant to obtain all the monsters in a single run. Monster eggs are very rare, and some specific monsters are also very rare. So it's like you're trying to find a very rare thing that has a very rare thing inside of it. That's like rare squared. But I don't know. I like this game and I want a perfect save file. Is Pickett good? I don't think so. I've messed around with Pickett a little bit and I didn't think he was very good. But I didn't really mess around with him. Like, I don't know what his unlockable abilities are. So yeah, I don't know. That's part of the reason that I want to get this, like, completed save file, so I can actually mess around with all the monsters and, like, unlock all their abilities with fusion and just see what all the monsters are capable of. I actually know relatively little about, like, all the different monsters in the game and what their abilities are. Outside of the few monsters, the few overpowered monsters that I use to win the game every time. Is there hunger or exhaustion? No. Yeah, so it's a pretty straightforward, mystery dungeon style game. The monsters... Oh yeah, Monster MP. That's the one thing. Yeah, your monsters basically have a hunger style system. So I guess that's the thing. Yeah, your main character can stay out forever. He doesn't go hungry or anything, but he's relatively weak. And in fact, if you don't have this, like, plus 32 diamond shield and sword, he's extremely weak. So you're going to be relying on your monster, but your monster loses MP the longer he's out. He loses MP slowly, just for walking around. This track is loud. He loses MP slowly for just walking around, and he loses a lot more MP for attacking and using special abilities. So that's kind of the other aspect of the game, is, managing your monster's MP. If he goes down to 0, he goes to sleep and becomes useless. Thank you, Peacock. I actually named him that. And you are the first person to get that reference. Or at least the first person to bring it up. So Ichi is the name I gave him, and he is a killer. Killer is the monster that he is. I still don't have my goddamn wind crystal. Anyways, we don't need this guy out. Just wasting time. But yeah, the other cool thing about this game is that you can fuse monsters to unlock new abilities and spells on them. And also there's an elemental type system where every monster is either fire, wind, or water. And it's like a rock, paper, scissors system. Water beats fire, fire beats wind, wind beats water. But you can fuse monsters and feed them specific types of seeds to change their type. And they also have like different special abilities that are unique to each monster. In fact, what do we have right here? What do we have right here? Ichi. He's got D Mirror. That's actually a spell he gained from fusing with another monster. If I command him to use that, it produces an anti-magic mirror. Sweet. I am now protected from magic. Not a lot of monsters in the game use magic. Magic's more of a thing for upper floors. Like that, I guess, would be good against dragons on the top floors. The other thing that he can do... There's our wind crystal. Okay, it's time to get serious. Also, you can change his AI. I want him to attack directly. Oh, he just revealed his true power. Okay, he did not really unleash his true power there. So anyways, what that does is that drastically raises his critical hit rate. I think is what that does. That's like the same thing he does when he's an enemy, right? Where it says he's serious and likely to get critical. It gave a different message, but I think it's the same effect. He is draining MP like a motherfucker now that he's got that enabled. Maybe it's just an attack buff. Anyways, we got an egg, so let's get out of here. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm just repeatedly visiting the first 5 floors of the dungeon because I'm targeting a specific low-level monster, a specific rare low-level monster that I don't have yet. And then once I get him, we won't have to waste time on the low floors anymore. Ooh, Cursed Blizzard Sword. Nice. Manova. I didn't think Manova even appeared on that floor. I'm just gonna sell it. Actually, I've got so much space in the monster closet now, I might as well just hold on to it as fusion fodder. So the other thing you get from tower runs is gold. Or you can put items in the vault. You can also sell your items for gold. Gold lets you buy new buildings, construct new buildings in the town, which is mostly just there for style points. Mostly just fun things you can do in the buildings. There we go. We'll hatch that later when we need something to fuse with. But yeah, this is a cool little game. I really, really like Azure Dreams. It's one of my favorites from the PS1 era. Oh yeah, so the other aspect of this game, yeah, there are girls in the town that you can date and get as girlfriends. I have them all. I have all of the girlfriends, which means every single one of them has to kiss me goodbye before I go out to the monster tower. It's actually kind of annoying, but there's nothing I can do about it. It's just something we have to live with now. The price of popularity. Yeah, some people can't get over the massive eyeballs. I don't mind it. I don't know, it bugs me with some characters more than others. Okay, so there's nothing we need on floor 1 anymore. The way floor 1 works in this game is a bit weird. So like most dungeon floors are basically completely randomly generated. But floor 1 actually has like a small set of like preset layouts that it picks at random. I think there's like 4 different configurations. 4 or 5 different configurations for floor 1. So it's like the whole dungeon is just pre-designed, but it picks one of those 4 or 5 preset layouts. And then after that, and then floor 2 is totally preset. Floor 2 is your encounter floor, where you get to either talk to Selfie or Gosh. I guess Selfie doesn't want to... I guess Selfie's retired from monster hunting now that she's found herself a man. So now we just find Gosh here, and we beat the shit out of him for a free medicinal herb. Oh, that was a low roll. Usually we get like 22 or 23 damage off that. The reason we want to fight him every time is actually because he has a small chance to drop a wind crystal, which will save us some time. Save us some time looking for a wind crystal later on when we want to leave. So that fire armor there is the guy we're looking for. I want to find a flame egg. Oh, jeez. Oh yeah, that's like the first monster we've fought on this run. Whoops. Actually, do I even have the right camera angle here? Whatever, I don't want to mess with it. Camera angle's fine. Oh, what do we got here? No eggs is what we got here. I think we're done here. Okay, how many more runs am I gonna do before we call it? We'll do like... We'll see how long these runs take, but I think I'll only do like 2 or 3 runs before I give up and resort to barong feeding. How long is the game normally? It depends on how much you want to do. So like it rolls the credits once you reach floor 40. So depending on how good at the game you are and how lucky you are, that can take anywhere from about an hour to about 30 or 40 hours, depending on how many attempts it takes you to clear the dungeon. I would say a standard first playthrough is probably on the order of like 20 to 30 hours. Maybe 40 if you're really taking your time with it or really struggling. Beyond that, apart from just clearing the tower, you can also, again, construct buildings in town. Mostly that just unlock like little mini games or little bonus features. You can get a casino where you can make some money with the mini games there. You can get a racetrack that has a little chocobo racing mini game. You can get a swimming pool where you can see your girlfriends in swimsuits. Probably the most important building that you're going to want on every save file. So you can go to like max out your save file and get all the buildings. There are little subplots with all the girlfriends. And then once you resolve each girlfriend's subplot, they fall in love with you. And you can kind of collect them at your house. And then every time you get a new girlfriend, her picture appears on your save file. So to get like a fully maxed out save file with all the girlfriends and all the buildings is probably like a good... probably 40 to 50 hours at least, if you don't know what you're doing. And then God knows how long it's going to take you if you want to collect every monster. I've never done it. There are monsters in this game I've never seen before. I mean, you know, I've seen them in the tower, but like that I've never found eggs for. Like, yeah, some of the rarest monsters are extremely rare. I guess I might have seen every monster in the game. I might have seen every monster egg in the game, but never on the same save file. And there are certainly some that I've never seen more than once. Like, I don't think I've seen Flame more than once out of all of the times I've played through this game. I think I saw a maximum once. But yeah, standard first run of the game is probably like a good 30 hours on average. Give or take 10 or so hours, depending on how long it takes you to master the mechanics. And I guess depending on how lucky you are, and I guess how experienced you are with these types of games in general. Actually, funny story. Like, for example, like how long does a run of Shiren the Wanderer take? I played the DS version of Shiren the Wanderer. Having had limited experience with the SNES game before it, I put like maybe 10 hours into Shiren on the Super Nintendo, or Super Famicom, I guess. Shiren the Wanderer DS version, I cleared on my second try. Mind you, there's like the super, like the 100 floor super dungeon or whatever it is after that. But like the main game of Shiren the Wanderer on DS, I cleared in like maybe a little under 3 hours. The DS version of Shiren the Wanderer is, for those of you who don't know, Shiren the Wanderer is another Mystery Dungeon style game. Maybe like the quintessential Mystery Dungeon style game. The DS version is way, way easier than the original Super Famicom version. They like reordered the locations of different monsters in the game. Like, a lot of the really powerful, out-of-depth monsters have been, like, shifted back to later in the dungeon. So the DS version has a much smoother difficulty curve and is much easier overall. I don't exactly recommend it. Like, if you want to play Shiren the Wanderer, I strongly suggest going for the SNES version instead of the DS port. There's actually a new Shiren game on Steam right now. It's, like, like it has card battle or something in the title, but it's not actually a card game. It's just another Mystery Dungeon style game. I have it on my wish list. I don't know much else about it, but I'll almost certainly buy it once it goes on sale. Oh, another good mix here. What floor are we on? I think we can just wind crystal out. This run was a bust. Okay, we'll do 2 more runs after this one. This run, then another run. And then I'll just probably give up on finding this egg naturally. Oops, shoot. If you mash the, you guys play RPGs, right? The classic RPG problem where you're mashing cancel to speed through the dialogue, and then a decision comes up, and then you actually accidentally say no because you're mashing cancel. Oh, I had that problem all the time in, what was it? Suikoden 2 was the worst for that. Anyways, we gotta sell our shit at the store now. Oh, I forgot to use the red sand last time. Oh, I guess one other thing we could do is I could always take an extra wind crystal into the tower if I have one. That would just save us a bit of aggravation if I happen to not find one in time. Oh yeah, so there was one other thing. So okay, I decided to do this stream tonight kind of on a whim. I didn't hear anything from my regular board game group, and I had nothing else planned for the evening. Not much to do. That's kind of my life these days. I've got nothing going on and nothing to do. So I just play video games. And because I've got a Twitch channel, I just stream those video games, which is kind of the life for me. Like, to be honest, I would love to quit my full-time job and just do this full-time, except, you know, understandably, that's not a likely, it's not damn likely that that's gonna happen. But because I like playing video games so much, I kind of try to make time for these streams as often as possible. Anyways, with that said, I don't actually have any current plans for my usual like after work evening streams. Like, yeah, this is kind of an off day because I usually have board game nights on Saturdays, so I just figured, whatever. I've got nothing planned. And like all the regular games that I do have scheduled, like I don't want to play them off of scheduled days. Like I don't want to finish Fire Emblem today because, you know, Fire Emblem is on the schedule. I wouldn't want people to miss the big finale of Fire Emblem because I decided to play it on an unscheduled day and then everyone missed it without knowing about it. I mean, I guess greatness is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, you know, tens of thousands of your fellow viewers on Twitch would disagree with you. COD and Fortnite is the greatest thing ever. Just look at the numbers it gets. I don't really get the appeal either, but it's what the kids like. I wouldn't want to be a full-time COD or Fortnite streamer. Like, given the choice between, like, being a full-time Twitch streamer who only plays, or even primarily plays, COD or Fortnite, versus just my regular, boring day job that I have now, I would take my current day job over being forced to play Fortnite full-time. That's just the situation for me. Like, some games... Or that's just the situation with some games. Some games are less fun than work. Or more aggravating than work. Less interesting than work. Right, so anyways... This is the reason why I don't have more viewers is I can't get through a train of thought without getting derailed like 5 times. And it takes me half an hour to say something that should have taken a couple minutes. I don't have anything scheduled for the after work streams right now. Like, we're gonna do Empire of Angels, I think, just to give that one another fair shot, but I don't think that Empire of Angels is gonna hold my interest for more than like maybe one more stream at maximum, and then I don't have anything queued up after Empire of Angels. I don't know what we're gonna do next. I'll probably do that tomorrow at work, is just go over my spreadsheets and pick out something from the list. I kind of want something mindless and not very mentally taxing. Did I play the new Ori game? I haven't. That one, or I don't know if you knew this, or maybe that's why you're asking about it. Yeah, I got gifted the new Ori game by Saturn Meteor, actually, during the Christmas sale. So that one's definitely on the docket, but that's more of like a main event type stream. Like, that's something I want to put some energy and like focus into. For after work streams, I want something kind of mindless that I don't need to think about very hard. Like, for example, grinding the first 5 floors of Azure Dreams endlessly. Or like a visual novel like Danganronpa, where I just read text all night. out loud. Zero Escape is a possibility. That one's definitely one on the lineup of things that I could play for an evening stream. Or like an after-work evening stream. Oops. I might just do Zero Escape. Although Zero Escape is kind of a big commitment. That's the thing, like we just finished Danganronpa 3, which took me like 3 months to finish, and I kind of don't want to start another thing that's going to take me 3 months to finish. I kind of want to break with like maybe a couple smaller games before we start up another big thing. Chrono Trigger, huh? I don't know. I wouldn't do FF6 because that's like on the viewer's choice poll. So FF6 is one that actually gets a fair bit of votes on the viewer's choice polls. So I'll probably just... I would probably do FF6 on like the weekday evening streams as opposed to the after-work streams, which is kind of when I get most of my traffic. Because, you know, I know there are other people who want to see FF6, and I kind of want to stream that game on during a time that people are actually going to be able to tune in for it. Chrono Trigger would be an interesting one because I've played Chrono Trigger just recently, so I wouldn't play Chrono Trigger like during a primetime slot, just because I played it not that long ago. I wouldn't mind just like playing it again though, just because Chrono Trigger is really fun. I'd probably want to do something special with it, like to make it a little bit different from the last run. Oops. Like maybe try to... Actually, I could look into DS emulation right now and play the DS. Actually, do you guys know, does the version of Chrono Trigger on Steam include the extra content from the DS version? Because, like, if you want to see the connection between Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger, I mean, spoiler alert, there is none. There's basically zero connection. Like, all the connections between Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger were invented by Chrono Cross. Like, there is nothing in Chrono Cross you will recognize that's in Chrono Trigger. Like, Surge, or I guess you'll see Shala, but she's essentially a completely different character in Chrono Trigger than she is in Chrono Cross, to the extent that she even arguably even shows up in Chrono Cross. I don't know about the mobile version though. Like, I don't know if the mobile version includes the DS content. Actually, here's a question then. So the versions of Final Fantasy V and VI on Steam, I know, are... yeah, Final Fantasy V and VI Steam versions are also mobile ports. Final Fantasy V and VI also have Game Boy Advance ports that add a bunch of extra content. Or I don't know if 6 has extra content, but 5 definitely does. Do you guys know if the Steam versions of Final Fantasy V or 6 have the extra Game Boy Advance content? Because if they do, then it's likely that Chrono Trigger does as well. That is true. I guess Luca is a pretty... Yeah, Luca is probably the most significant connection between... Like, I know... Like, basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, the... like, all the things that connect Chrono Cross to Chrono Trigger are things that Chrono Cross kind of made up. Like, there's not a lot of things in Chrono Cross, or in Chrono Trigger, that will add any additional context or insight into the story of Chrono Cross, I don't think. Like, Chrono Trigger is a very straightforward story without a lot of depth depth really to it. Like, it's a very simple traditional type story. It's got like a lot of charm and a lot of character, I would say, but not a lot of depth or complexity. Like, all of the stuff, like, there's not much to Chrono Trigger's story beyond this basic plot synopsis that Chrono Cross gives you. Like, it tells you about how, oh, these 3 heroes saved the time stream from a giant space porcupine called Lavos. Like, that's it. That's the story of Chrono Trigger. That's all they tell you about the story of Chrono Trigger in Chrono Cross. That's like the basic summary they give you in Chrono Cross, and that's basically all there is to Chrono Trigger. There we go, we got our wind crystal. Oh, we had one already. Got a red egg. Red like fire. Although, again, we found it on floor 5. The best would be to find an egg on floor, like 3. Because there aren't a lot of monsters that appear on floor 3. A floor 3 egg is either a flame, or a noise, or a cyclone, or a troll, or a Pulumpa. See what I'm talking about? It's like, even if we do find an egg on floor 3, it's like a 1 in 5 chance to get the monster we want. And the odds only go down from there for eggs on higher floors. It's a fucking Pulumpa. I'm not even gonna keep him as fusion fodder. Would make more sense as a standalone game with cameos and to Chrono Trigger than a sequel. I don't know about that though, because like the interesting stuff in Chrono Cross is all stuff that connects it to Chrono Trigger. I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. No, not really interesting. I take that back. I think all the connections to Chrono Cross, or the connections between the two games that get drawn like right at the end of Chrono Cross, are all kind of lazy and stupid. Like, they cram it all in there right at the end. I think you could just like strip out like the ghost Chrono kids, like the Chrono Maro Luca on the beach explaining all the connections to Chrono Trigger. I think you could just cut all that from the game and just alter the story slightly, and I think Chrono Cross would have worked better as a standalone story. It still wouldn't have been brilliant, because I still honestly think the story of Chrono Cross is a bit... I don't want to say stupid. I need a better word than stupid. Abstract? Poetic? We'll say poetic. We'll say that's poetic. In the sense that it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Anyways, once again, I didn't actually get to the point that I was getting to, which is that the DS content is stuff that ties Chrono Trigger. The new content in the DS version of Chrono Trigger is the stuff that ties it more closely to Chrono Cross. So yeah, I would definitely want to show off the stuff where you like go to the darkness of time or whatever and fight the Time Devourer. Like, yeah, I would definitely want to show off that stuff if I played Chrono Trigger on stream. The Vortex of Time, whatever it was called. The new optional dungeon. The story of Chrono Cross punishes you for being a completionist and buying the strategy guide. The pink dog that speaks with a lisp. I think I get what you mean. I think I get what you mean by that. Like, the strategy guide tells you how to recruit the pink dog, which is not intuitive to recruit otherwise. Like, you would never find the pink dog without the strategy guide. And so using the strategy guide punishes you by giving you the pink dog. I actually found the pink dog on my own on the run we did on stream. Or I think someone in chat might have suggested use the bone, but I was kind of thinking out loud in that direction anyways. Makes the experience so much less. I mean, I don't know. It's helpful to know about the dog if you're going for the extra endings. Like having Poshul there makes it way easier to fight the Time Devourer in the early game on New Game Plus, so I guess she's got that going for her. Honestly, I didn't find Poshul that much more annoying than like half of the rest of the cast, like half of the rest of the cast of Chrono Cross. Any attempt at dramatic tension goes out the window. Again, though, that's like half of the rest of Chrono Cross. Like, does Starkey preserve the dramatic tension if you keep him in the party? Does Matcha preserve the dramatic tension if you put her in the party, or whatever her name is? Was it Orcha? No, I can't remember. Or like the baby dragon, or like the baby puppy dog monster, or the mushroom man, or like every character, like more than half the cast in Chrono Cross is fucking ridiculous, and they all speak with stupid verbal tics that completely undermine all the dramatic tension of the story. Yeah, that's true. You get started on ruining all of that earlier in the game. Although I think there's less going on in the story in the early game anyways. I think that having a dumb character in the party undermines the story more in the late game, when you have like all the dramatic scenes with like revelations with like stuff with Lynx and Fate and the dragons and all of that. I remember commenting on that during our Chrono Cross run. I can't remember what stupid character we had in the party. I think it was Starkey. I think Starkey was like the face of the party during all of the dramatic scenes in Chronopolis. And I was like, what the fuck? Why is Starkey the one talking here? Yeah, an NPC tells you, yeah, that's right. So yeah, I kind of figured out the Heckran bone thing on my own, except I didn't know that you could... I didn't know you actually had to, like, pull it out of your inventory. I didn't realize at that point in the game that, like, using a quest item in front of an NPC was a thing you could do. Like, most RPGs, quest items get used automatically if you just have it and talk to the person who wants it. And yeah, you do also get Poshul automatically by recruiting Lena. Honestly, yeah, the main reason you want to do it in the first town is if you're fighting the Time Devourer, like right at the very beginning of the game, which I believe gets you a unique ending. Or maybe you can't. Maybe you can go to the other world and still get the developer ending. I'm not sure about that. I think the guide the wiki I was using said you actually get the developer ending if you beat the Time Devourer at any time before visiting Viper Manor in New Game Plus, but I don't know. I've known fan wikis to be pretty unreliable in the past when it comes to details like that. Okay, I'm gonna dive. We're gonna dive until we find an egg. Gonna get some fucking thing out of this run. Poshul is the only character that can be recruited in either world? I did not know that. And then I guess she just disappears from the other world? No wonder I kept on getting so confused about like which Poshul was the one I had recruited. Honestly, actually, I got confused with like half the characters in the game when it came to that. We just like see a character in town. It's like, wait, is this the version of this person that I can recruit, or do I have to get them in the other world? I don't know. I found the story of Chrono Cross to be... Like, don't get me wrong, I didn't hate Chrono Cross. I thought it had some beautiful moments. And yeah, it was poetic at times. Like, it felt poignant to me, like, at the time when I played it as a kid, even if I didn't understand the story. Like, it had its moments. It's just, yeah, the story is a bit of a convoluted mess, and I'm not at all convinced that it, like, comes together if you take the effort to understand it. Like, Xenogears was kind of the opposite. Xenogears was a convoluted mess, but I don't know, it felt to me like there was substance there. Like, there was something underneath it all that, like, would make it worthwhile to, like, go through and study the plot of Xenogears. Like, you might get something out of it if you took the effort to understand the story of Xenogears. Like, I did put a bit of effort in to try to follow Xenogears when we were playing through that game, and I felt like I did. I felt like I was, like, on the cusp of something, you know? Like, I don't know, the game was reaching for something significant and didn't quite get there, but got most of the way there. Its reach exceeded its grasp, if I'm using that phrase right. God, how long is it going to take us to find this damn egg? Just watch, we're going to find our egg, and it's going to be like a floor 30 Pull-and-Pa or something. Because those start showing up on like floor 28 or 30. Yeah, that's right, Darth Meatbag. That's how I remembered that. Yeah, Poshul has like the sign on the doghouse that says "Out Adventurin'," which I thought was actually kind of adorable. Yes, that is exactly right, Lord Sloth. It's even funnier in hindsight, or it's even funnier nowadays because like the rush job is just so blatant. Like, they literally just like have narrated stills full of portions of the game that they just didn't have time to complete. Then you can tell it's like, okay, so this would have been a dungeon right here. This would have been a sequence of dungeons. Okay, we probably would have traveled over the overworld to do this. Like, you can just see, like, you can fill in the blanks in your head, which I guess was the idea. I don't agree with that approach. I think they should have rewritten the story they had to try to cobble it together into something a bit more fully finished. Like, they should have rewritten the story to cut out all of that stuff if they could have, rather than just leaving those unsightly scene missing graphics all over the place. Play Xenosaga if you want to be confused. Yeah, I'm not sure that I do. I'm not sure if that is what I want. I don't know, maybe it is. It depends on how it confuses you. I guess the confusion can be warranted if it has those beautiful moments, I guess. And good characters. Like, that's the other thing is, yeah, Chrono Cross didn't really have good characters. I like the character designs, and yeah, that's about it. Yeah, the characters in Chrono Cross are actually a lot more... Like, the game in general is much more beautiful looking than I had recalled. I love just the design of the locations and characters in Chrono Cross. It just has no... I don't know what the word is. No depth? No soul? No, it's like, no substance. There's no substance to any of it. Like, I'm fine with things being confusing, though, if it's mysterious. Actually, the best example I can think of an anime that was confusing and made very little sense to me, but I really liked anyways, was Serial Experiments Lane. I would love to play a game that invoked that evoked like kind of the same sensations I got from Serial Experiments Lane. Actually, there's a Serial Experiments Lane video game. I don't know if it's translated. It didn't get an official English release, but there was, Serial Experiments Lane game on PS1. It actually wasn't really a game. It was more of like a semi-interactive, like visual novel slash cutscene library. I read a couple blog posts about it that made it sound really interesting, but I don't think it's been translated in any official or unofficial capacity. Serial Experiments Lane also gave me that sense, like in Xenogears, where it's like... Or it's like, I don't know. Has a sense of credibility about it, kind of like Xenogears did. Like this, like, I don't understand what's going on here. This is all super confusing and makes no sense, but I have the feeling, I just get the sensation that the author thought about this and that this would make sense if I took the effort to piece it together. Except I'm really lazy, so I'm probably not going to do that on my own. I actually thought that I was eventually able to make sense of Serial Experiments Lane. I found it helpful to like watch each episode twice. And like not watch the series twice, like watch the series, then watch the series again. Like watch each episode, like watch an episode, then watch it again. Because often they would like backload important context into the episodes that would make the previous parts of it make sense. So it's like the beginning of the episode doesn't make a lot of sense until you've seen the end of it. I mean, I guess we got our last egg, but... I'll do one more floor to see if we can get 2 eggs in a row. Actually, I had a funny idea for a vlog series that I'd like to do if I ever manage to... The main problem I have with vlogging right now, I do have a big list of ideas that I'd like to do for vlogs and YouTube videos and stuff. I just don't have the time to fit in. Like, I would have to cut down on streaming time, and I don't want to, because I don't enjoy talking about video games in front of a camera as much as I like playing video games. It's always the problem with everything. Everything I want to fit into my life, it's just I'd rather be playing video games. Maybe that's unhealthy. I guess it's there right in the bio. I guess if you read my bio down below, I actually have it written in there that my obsession with video games is probably unhealthy. And Twitch is maybe only feeding into that. But I don't know how to bring that back and turn that into a positive. These games are really good. Most of these games that I play on stream are really good, and that's the excuse I'm going with. Anyways, I'm falling behind on chat. Claims of how Serial Experiments predicted the internet culture in VR. It did. One crucial bit of context about Serial Experiments Lane is that it's pretty old. Like, it kind of predates the modern internet. Not exactly. I think that series was what? Late 90s, I think? So like its vision of like what the internet would be is like kind of, yeah, I guess predictive, I guess, or prophetic, you might say. Then again, Serial Experiments was vague enough that you could say it basically predicted anything, because you can interpret it any way you like. Because there's a lot of stuff in that series that makes no sense on the face of it, but a lot of like interesting visuals and a lot of interest, again, kind of like Chrono Cross, like a lot of really interesting imagery and dramatic scenes that you're largely missing the context for that makes them make sense. Large cast of Chrono Cross. I remember commenting on that during the play. How many characters in the cast of Chrono Cross are actually important to the plot? Like Surge and Kid. Is there anyone else? Okay, there are a few others. Lord Viper and his lieutenants, I guess, arguably. What's his name? Dario, I think his name was. Even though he's technically optional, he's a significant figure in the backstory of, like, the history of the, what's it called, archipelago. Digimon World, huh? I'll add that to the list now. I'll add Digimon World to the list before I forget. Actually, where's my viewer request spreadsheet? We'll open that one instead. There we go. Or do I have it on here already? There we go. I guess you could argue that Fargo and the mermaid, whatever her name is, are important to the story. Although I'd kind of argue that they aren't. Like, they're important to their own little subplot, but I'm not convinced... Even though their own little subplot is required, I'm not convinced it's actually significant to the broader narrative. Except in as much as it lets you restore Marbule and get access to the Black Dragon. What was my favorite game? Oh, so yeah, speaking of blog posts, okay, I'll finish this thought and then I'll get to that question. Oh yeah, Harley, but she doesn't even stay in the party. Anyways, so blog posts. One dumb idea I had for vlogs that I could do on my YouTube channel is I thought it might be fun to try to do a plot summary, to do plot summaries of games from memory. So I would like try to summarize and retell the whole story of Xenogears and Chrono Cross and games like that, just going straight from memory. The humor being that these are games with convoluted stories that I'm not even sure that I completely understood in the first place. And I think Final Fantasy VII would be a funny one for that as well, since I haven't played that game in like 15 years. So even though I played it to death back in the day, there's probably a bunch of details that I would forget. And so another idea I have for a vlog I would like to do, for like a YouTube thing, would be my best and worst of last year. And that's part of what I've been doing at work, actually. That's like the one that I'm kind of theoretically like planning to hopefully do. Hopefully before not too long, although at the rate I'm going, probably not by the end of the month, would be to do like a little discussion vlog about my favorite and least favorite streamed games from the last year. I have that list. Made up. My top 10 and bottom 5 from last year. My number 1... Now, I didn't do it in terms of games released during that same year. It was just games that I played for the first time. So my number 1 was Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War. That's like no contest. I absolutely loved Genealogy of the Holy War. It is maybe one of my favorite games of all time. I'd have to play it maybe a couple more times to be sure of that. And actually, there are some things that are starting to aggravate me about it a bit more in subsequent playthroughs. Really dislike the arena mechanics. I would dislike the game. I would like the game a lot less if I didn't have the ability to fast forward certain parts of it, namely the arena. There's so much good stuff in that game, though. So much good stuff in Genealogy. So that was my favorite game that I discovered newly for the first time last year. My second favorite game from last year was Streets of Rage 4. which is a game that was actually released last year. Mind you, they put out a balance patch that didn't exactly ruin the game, but made it a bit worse. It's actually kind of annoying now to do a full run of Streets of Rage 4 because of the balance changes they made to the final stage. I don't think it's enough to knock it down from my second spot on the list, though. And even if they do like just ruin the game with balance patches, like I've had my fun with it. I did just about everything there is to do with that game before it was rebalanced. I haven't done. I think the only thing I have left is I haven't finished the game in arcade mode on hardest or maniac difficulty. So yeah, I've got to beat the game on hardest and maniac difficulty in arcade mode. I've beaten it on arcade hard and lower, and I've beaten it in the regular individual stage. Beaten it in story mode. Actually, I need griffin eggs too. I think I want to... there's no griffins here yet. Oh, right. Anyways, characters relevant for the current quest and then never again, like Sprig or... Yeah, Sprig I kind of forgot about. Yeah, Sprig... That's the thing. So many characters in Chrono Cross just fade into the background as they're like no longer relevant to the plot, which is a common problem with RPGs in general. Like Suikoden has that problem a lot of the time. Where it's like, why the hell is Sierra joining our army after we've killed Necklord? Oh, you know what? I've got another use out of my tea. Whoa! I know I said I was going to end the stream right away, but I've got another cup of tea in me still. So we'll finish our last cup of tea and just keep talking, I guess, until the tea is done. Oh yeah, one other thing that's worth mentioning too, in terms of like the best and worst games I played of last year, is Prodigal. Did I complete Streets of Rage 4 on stream? Like I think almost. I don't remember. I don't remember if I actually got a full arcade, like completed arcade run on stream, or I did it on hard. I definitely beat it on hard arcade on stream, because I remember commenting at the time on how disappointingly easy it was. And then I made a bunch of attempts on hardest difficulty, but I never won. And then I did all my... Yeah, I don't think I did my Maniac story mode runs on stream. But yeah, in terms of best of the year, Prodigal was released last year, but I didn't play it until last week. So it like technically wouldn't qualify for best of 2020 for me, since I didn't play it until 2021, until the first week of 2021. So like Prodigal misses out like on a technicality. If I had played that game like 5 days earlier, it would have been on my best of 2020. Probably on like a number... I don't know, it's tough to say. Like, it wouldn't beat Streets of Rage. It wouldn't beat... What were the other games on my list? Ooh, Prodigal might have been my number 3. I don't know, it's... My number 3 is Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. I really, really liked Curse of the Moon. I haven't played Curse of the Moon 2 yet, but I'm really... intending to play it. Loved Curse of the Moon, so I'm looking forward to the sequel when I eventually get around to playing it. Prodigal might be on about that level. Trials of Mana is my number 4. I don't know if I like Prodigal better than Trials of Mana. Environmental Station Alpha. Man, this is a tough list. I would say Prodigal would fall either somewhere between Bloodstained and Environmental Station Alpha. Somewhere between slots 3 and 5 on my list. Anyways, water's done boiling. It's the final stage, getting super frustrating. Yeah, so I think the last time I streamed Streets of Rage 4 was to show off was to try out the new balance patch. Maybe I did attempt my Maniac mode, or my Maniac difficulty, like story mode playthrough on stream. But yeah, after the newest balance patch, yeah, the final stage of Streets of Rage 4 is really shitty now. And furthermore, the rest of the game is a fair bit easier, which I don't think it needed to be. I thought the difficulty was perfect before for the earlier stages. Like, I guess it's fine for a first playthrough. It's just like having mastered the rest of, or not mastered, but like having learned the rest of the game decently enough. Like, it's kind of disappointing now that the rest of the game is like a fair bit easier than I remembered when I kind of liked it the way it was before. And honestly, I can see why they wanted to make the final stage a bit harder. It was a bit easy before. Like, yeah, I'd say before the balance patch, the final stage was probably easier than the few stages that preceded it, so I can see why they wanted to punch up the difficulty a bit. They just went way overboard, and then at the same time they went way overboard on making the final stage tougher. They also made all the other stages easier. So it's like, yeah, kind of, I don't know. They made the balance worse. Honestly, I think developers these days are maybe a bit too responsive to player feedback sometimes. Or a bit too reactive to player feedback. I noticed it with Mobius Front. Because, yeah, when Mobius Front came out, the developers were very, very quick to like, just rebalance missions and units. Like, within a week, I think, there was a dramatic rebalancing patch that basically just did everything that the player base was complaining about. It's like, oh, this level sucks and it's too difficult. They made that level easier. Oh, tanks are too shitty and have these problems. They buffed tanks and removed all the problems the players complained about. Maybe those were good changes, I'm not sure. It just kind of rubbed me the wrong way that, like, after 1 week of that game being out, they just, like, did all of these dramatic changes to Mobius Front. When the game had barely been out at that point. It's just like, okay. Like, did you guys even think about the balance of this game before you published it? That you can, like, you think it's a good idea to implement all these dramatic changes just 1 week after release? I don't know. Really rubbed me the wrong way. And I liked Mobius Front from what I played of it. Like, it wasn't brilliant, but it was a good, like, you know, mid-tier. Like a solid 3 out of 5 stars tactics game. But yeah, I think Streets of Rage might be the same thing, where developers just, I don't know, reacted to player feedback a bit too strongly. Or I don't know, just didn't do it right. I mean, there are other examples of games where developers do a great job of listening to player feedback and it makes the game better. Age of Wonders Planetfall is my favorite example of that. I haven't actually played the newest balance patch for Planetfall yet. I've kind of just been distracted from that game, even though, again, I love the direction the developers have taken it. It's been getting better and better with every patch. I haven't tried the newest one, though, so maybe they've gone off the rails, who knows? But I don't know, I have faith in Triumph to do good with Planetfall at this point. How'd my egg turn out? It hasn't yet. Do I have truth glasses? If I have truth glasses, I could just spy on my egg. I don't. It's vermilion. It's probably nothing good because it showed up on a shitty floor where there are no good monsters that I want. I'm guessing it's like a bloom or a U-boat, which is kind of why I want to get a second egg before we call the run. Oh yeah, we don't have a volcano either. So yeah, this is actually a great set of floors to go exploring on. In fact, almost anything, in fact, literally anything we get from an egg on this floor would be helpful. Other than dreaming. We need a volcano. We need a second griffin. Oh, we don't need a kraken, although kraken doesn't show up for another couple floors. Bleh. Bleh. You take this one. Oh. No, you're level 2. You take this one. One shot! How much damage did he do to himself there? Like 18. Oh, also wind beats fire, doesn't... No. No, wind is weak to fire. Oh, we got Newell now, too. I need another one of those, too. Who am I kidding? Eggs are rare. We're probably not going to see one for... Hey! Are the egg names randomized between runs? Because I'm pretty sure we've seen a khaki egg before. But if the egg names are randomized between runs, then I guess that it might be something good. So yeah, that guy dropped like half of our health. Well, I haven't even started drinking my tea yet, but we got 2 eggs, so I'm gonna leave. We got 2 eggs, probably good for an omelet. I mean, that's about all they'll be good for, because I'm not expecting any good monsters here. I would love it, though, if I could just cross one more off the list before we retire for the night. Ooh, Troll +2. I haven't seen that before. I've seen Troll +1, but never +2. Alright, here we go. What's behind the curtain? U-boat. U-boat on like floor, what was that, 12 or 13? Or maybe it was the bloom. Either way. Jesus. Actually, yeah, I have every water monster in the game other than, like, I need an extra snowman, I think. Yeah, I need an arachne, a newel, and a snowman. That's all I need for water. So this was a bust. Wow, we got off to such a strong start too, getting that noise egg. I think we're gonna need to do some barong feeding. Try to farm up some roche fruits if we want to get all these monsters and not have it take all year. She says I look swell. I think she's just about the only character who doesn't give you like some kind of option of things to say before she leaves. I guess we could say goodbye to all the girls before we leave. Their eyes really are huge, aren't they? Go out and make some cash. What do I need cash for? I have everything I need. Just check this out. Check out all the things I've got. This is it. This is the final list of things. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 girlfriends. And vengeance for my father's killer. And I've got 16 buildings. And how much money? And $35,000. That's like almost as much money as I have in my bank account in real life. That's a joke. That's some wishful thinking right there. Would that I had $35,000 in my bank account in real life. We'll get there. We'll get there. Wow, I guess I bored myself out of this run before I bored you guys. I see y'all here, but I've got work tomorrow. And it's late, so I'm going to bed. We'll stream something tomorrow. I haven't decided what yet. I guess I got all day tomorrow at work to think about what we're going to start up for the after work streams. I know I had a list of candidates, but I can't think of any of them right now. You know, the whole start of this stream too, I was talking about how I got no sleep last night because I stayed up all night recovering that Fire Emblem 7 save file. And yet here we are staying up late again, so let's get to bed immediately. Thank you all for watching. This was, cool stream. I always enjoy the Azure Dreams stream. We should do these more often, even if they are boring. I always enjoy. It's a good chatting game. It's super mindless, and we can just like hang out and talk about Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger and Azure Dreams and all the bullshit. Maybe we'll just play this again tomorrow. I'll decide on something. Until then, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time.